Recording in progress.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Do we need to introduce ourselves? Okay. I think we can start. We're already so many minutes late. We are having a presentation from Prof. Dr. Ipe, who some of us know very well. Can I just open up for him to present? Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and my greetings to all your esteemed colleagues in Parliament. It is really a privilege to be invited to share my own practical experiences as well as assist our government, our legislature in trying to make sure that the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence is really provided for in the amendment legislation or in the amendment of this legislation. My name, as you said, is Dinto, and I'm a former Inspector General of Intelligence. I will just be opening, and I hope that my presentation will be open to the honorable members, and I will just go through it. It's very few slides. The reason why I do this is because I will confine my presentation to the oversight of the intelligence services, albeit self-declared, but I think that that's where my expertise actually lie. And the other thing is that any other provision which will be dealt with in my presentation will be to the extent that it affects the oversight or the citizen oversight of the intelligence services. So the main focus here will be how independence of the citizen oversight can be achieved and maintained. I'm asking the chairperson if I'm audible enough.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. So let's talk about the form and the nature of the inspectorate or of the OIGI. And I've taken this from the bill as it stands, that this was an opportune moment for us to define the form and the nature of the inspectorate. Now, there are many things that can be done, or several things that can be done to ensure that we understand what type of an organization the OIGI should be or is. Now, that is not basically defined there, and I'm only making this submission to really try to lure the members of Parliament to check that this could assist a lot in terms of ensuring independence, but also coming up with with efficiencies as far as the functioning of the OIGI is concerned. Now, if an organization is not defined, it creates a lot of problems, and these problems, the chairperson will be aware that they are being experienced currently. There are some institutions that I can use as an examples where the form and the nature are not really defined. One of those examples will be the National Prosecuting Authority. So we don't know what is that, but if you look at the other avenues, is that one can basically use the Public Service Act the amendment to that to ensure that we know whether an OIGI is a national department, a provincial department, a statutory body, a constitutional body. So there are all those different things that can actually be, built into this particular bill to ensure that we understand the form that the OIGI should be. So that is done, and we've got a lot of experience there. Legislature will have a lot of experience in terms of dealing with that, because one of the organizations, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, went through that particular transformation process, wherein there was an amendment made to the Public Service Act, which then declared it a statutory body. So we don't have to really worry about the classification in terms of the Constitution to say that it should be a Chapter 9. It's fine where it is. It is fine. I do not really have a problem with that, because the provision in the Constitution says then there shall be a national legislation which then deal with the smaller issues or with the nitty-gritties of what the OIGI or the inspectorate should look like. So I don't have a problem. We don't really have to work towards dealing with a Chapter 9 institution here. It is not a Chapter 9 institution, and it's fine where it is, whether it's a Chapter 10, whether it's a Chapter 11, 8, or 13. I really do not have a problem as a particular person. What I have a problem with is that the legislation should be sufficiently clear in terms of how it should look like. So the form and nature of the inspectorate. Honorable Chair and members, may I hasten to emphasize that when the form and the nature of the inspectorate is dealt with, it will really provide lots of opportunities, and it will solve a plethora of problems as far as the current status of the OIGI is concerned. But you will see when I go down through the other slides that every time you will realize that the moment you know the nature of the inspectorate, then many of the other problems will be dealt with. Now, let's talk about the enforceability of recommendations. Now, the chapter which establishes the OIGI is fine, like I said. Of importance is how national legislation is drafted. I don't think that there is anything which prohibits the legislature to use the term such as corrective measures, or, if you like, remedial measures. And we will not be climbing on what the public protector uses, because the public protector is a like-minded institution, but the Chapter 9 institution, and you are not a Chapter 9 institution. But the moment you say corrective measures or remedial measures, then you can obviously build in the monitoring and evaluation instrument into that particular legislation. And in terms of the GILAB, and also you are able to define the enforceability. Now, the moment you define the enforceability to say to what extent will we be able to enforce this, then we will be able to understand or also come up with the legal recourse for non-implementation. I know that the legislature will be a little bit reluctant, because when you say that there should be enforceability of the corrective measures, you should also make sure that the investigation reports as well as the certificates are actually meeting the constitutional muster, to an extent that you will not be sitting with recommendations that are not measurable, that are not implementable, and that may also be contradicting a certain legislation. But this is doable unless if the members of parliament may have the feeling that if you declare the enforceability of the recommendations, you will then be contradicting a particular legislation. Then I will be in your hands, Honorable Chair, to hear if the member says that in terms of their own mandate, they may not be able to do that, or that will not be in line with our constitution. The budget. The provision about the budget is not problematic at all. I mean, we've been saying that, but the model is similar to many other institutions. The budget itself, it talks about the vote. So the OIGI belongs to a particular vote. It is also a situation with many other institutions. The IPIT, for instance, doesn't have an independent vote. The IEC, if I remember very well, also the public protector itself doesn't have really a separate vote from the Department of Home Affairs, and with IPIT to the Department of Police. And if you deal with that, then this will solve the problem. Yeah, the problem with the OIGI is that there is no determination of the amount that belong to the OIGI before the budget vote is passed. Now, what do I mean about this? What I mean about this is that any intelligence service may become a conduit. That is the only role that they will have to play. And it will be an implementation of the vote, because the legislation does not say that then the intelligence service shall determine how the budget of the OIGI is used, but instead it says that the budget of the OIGI shall be implemented in terms of the PFMA. So there is no problem about this. The problem here is that the intelligence services have appropriated to themselves the powers that they actually do not have. So all the way from Parliament, you should not wait for the so-called reinforcing of the budget. The intelligence service does not have the power to reinforce that. It says when the budget comes, it comes through the intelligence service as a conduit, in other ways, using that particular vote. So it's not problematic at all. The only problem is that the determination of the budget, of the amount, should happen before it even gets to the intelligence service. So if the intelligence service gets 100 rand, already the parliament would have made a determination to say that 60 rands belongs to the OIGI. I'm happy that I did not see a change or a serious amendment in terms of that. The appointment of staff, Honorable Chair, it defeats the independence of the OIGI or the intended independence of the OIGI. I don't think that one really needs to mount a big argument about this, because in fact, you are just asking yourself, so why exactly is the reason for this particular arrangement, especially in a constitutional body such as the OIGI? Ministers by their nature are political heads. And it's so surprising that even in their own department, the purview of accounting, the purview of appointments belongs to the accounting officers. In other words, the director general. So why in an institution that we want to believe that it's an independent institution, why do we bring them to actually appoint the staff? I will not have a problem because a minister is a guardian, is having a superintendence, if you like, political superintendence over the different intelligence services. So I will not have a problem, as a minister, to actually frustrate the OIGI, and by so doing, ensuring that they did not pester with us or they did not give us trouble. I just fail to understand why we are even bringing it back again with more clarification into the bill itself. I will not be arguing about its constitutional viability and all those other things, because I don't think that it's constitutional in nature, it is administrative in nature. Why don't we give the Inspector General of Intelligence the power to appoint the staff? And the next slide as well, to determine the structure of the OIGI. We should be seeing the Generals of Intelligence as masters of that particular office because they provide the strategic direction. And when you provide the strategic direction, that becomes a package in a sense that you deal with any other issue which will ensure that you've got proper vehicle of arriving at your destination, in other ways of achieving the strategy that you develop. So you cannot divorce the two. I don't know why do we divorce the two when we say that he shall provide the strategic direction of the organization, but then not deal, in fact, with the issue of the staff, the structure, the resources in general. The issue of must or in consultation or after consultation really for me are not significant. What is significant here is that give them the powers to run the office to the best of their abilities. I will not, and I hope that I'm not taking side here because I've done my work and I've left. So all these things I am presenting only in order to make sure that OIGI is an efficient machinery as far as oversight is concerned. The appointment and tenure of the IGI, I do not have a problem. In fact, in benchmarking and if one actually conducts research in terms of the oversight bodies in general, it's not only oversight bodies, but it's also the anti-corruption agencies or organizations. You realize that this issue of renewable terms is problematic. What happens is that during the first tenure, the IGI may not really work or make very significant findings and recommendations because they may want to, be considered again for the next term. So this is the non-renewable term is acceptable. However, maybe there is a need to consider a 7-year tenure. Honorable Chair, I am not doing this to favor anybody anywhere, but I'm just saying that a 5-year term is very short for incumbent to achieve certain goals. But it also puts the OIGI outside the normal government planning. I mean, I can make an example of an NTF, and all those other cycles. So a 7-year period may assist in terms of ensuring that any incumbent at any given period will be able to fall into a government planning. So I don't have a problem with non-renewability. And this is just like a recommendation from my side. And it's not an advocacy in any means. The certificates. Well, we call them certificates, but don't we think that they should be having the same status as the audit reports of AXA? So it may not particularly be very similar. In other words, similar word for word. But the audit reports are also being compiled through a similar process as the certificates of the OIGI. So I'm just asking myself, why don't we have the same status with audit reports? And there are many advantages, in fact, Honorable Chair, attached to that. One of those is that, again, you could be building in some mechanisms which ensures that there is monitoring and evaluation, there is measurement of the implementation of these reports, if they really take the status of the audit report. The procedures are similar between the two organizations. I'm saying this obviously take into consideration what will be some constitutional ramifications and what could actually be prohibiting seeing the certificates as the audit reports. You may not call them that, but some of the issues such as the status of the report, such as the implementability, the enforceability, as well as monitoring and evaluation could be considered and really be benchmarked with the audit report. So all what I'm saying here, Honorable Chair, is that maybe we should be looking at like-minded institutions and see what prohibits the legislature from putting in these measures in place, or at least making them similar to what exists, whether it's a model, whether it's a procedure, whether it's a regulation, and all those other things. Regulations, I'm very much excited about how it is written there. However, the moment I think, and I'm not speaking as a legislation expert here, I'm only sharing my own experiences with that. What do you do when you've got a mandatory legislation? Now, in this instance, it will be a mandatory provision which says that must instead of may, as in the previous Oversight Act. But the problem is that what happens then if the regulations are still not there after the prescribed period of 24 months? So I think that may lead to a legislative crisis. So when you put a period and you put a mandatory clause which says must, I think that it only makes sense that we should then come up with a recourse in cases where the legislation is mandatory, where it says must or where it says shall. It's a recommendation to legislature. I cannot really tell them what to do, but my experience has taught me that certain things will just be left. I mean, you can see how old the Oversight Act is, but the regulations are not yet in place. The vetting of the IGI and members of the JSCI. In fact, Honorable Chair, if one looks at the Intelligence Services Act properly, it differentiates between members of the service, the IGI, and the JSCI. And maybe this problem obviously goes back to then the absence of regulations as well, because I think that there is a sub-provision, sub-paragraph, which deals specifically with members of the service. The Inspector General of Intelligence and the members of the Standing Committee on Intelligence are not members of a service. They're not members of the service. And the general inclusion will create problems for independence. So my submissions are that I do not have a problem at all to say that the IGI cannot start their duties without being cleared, and the JCI as well. But what I have problem is that then when you cluster them together with the members of the service, then you are giving the Director General an upper hand in terms of deciding on the security clearance of the IGI and the JSCI. In the regulations, you may come up with something because it will not, in fact, be inconsistent with the legislation itself. If, for instance, you could decide that there shall be an ad hoc committee which deals with the IGIs as well as the members of the JSCI's security clearance. It happens once in 5 years for members of the JSCI, and if 5 years tenure is anything to go by, then it will happen only once. So you could draw in the skills of the members of the intelligence because they understand the processes that are involved. But then at the point of evaluation, you come up with something, an ad hoc committee or an ad hoc structure, which is chaired by somebody else other than the Director General of any of the intelligence services, whether it's a divisional commissioner at crime intelligence, whether it is somebody at the defense intelligence. Now, in conclusion, Honorable Chair, all these other issues that we've been looking at are only talking to the form and the structure, as well as the powers of the OIG, of the IGI. If the form is understood, you could have a situation where the Director General of State Security Agency is not an accounting officer on behalf of the OIGI. You could have a COO, you could have a CEO, but those things are easily done when, for instance, we have decided or came to a conclusion that, in fact, OIGI or the inspectorate is a statutory body. And I conclude there, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I just say that you had recommendations, and some of the recommendations might be because you were part of this, you might know exactly what needs to happen. But maybe before I open up to members, the enforceability, as you said, which in other terms might be do the Inspector General no, recommendations can be binding? Should what the Inspector General says be binding to the services? My question would be the status quo as of now, because the Inspector General reports to the JSCI, and the certificates, he or she must take the certificates to the minister, and they don't have to agree. It can be said in the certificates that this is what I said as the IG, and the minister wants it this way. The certificate will explain, but the certificate comes to the JSCI. The status quo now would be that where they don't agree with the minister, we call in the minister, and maybe the JSCI might enforce if they decide or whatever is being said is right then. So is this status quo as of now not enough for what might be termed or is binding? I think the JSCI can make it binding. I think so for now, is the status quo not enough? And my second question would be on the budget, the determination of the amount. Who is to determine the amount? And how do you think that must be done? The last one would be on the independence. You are saying this may have the same status as the audit reports of the Auditor General. what you explained, maybe I wasn't listening, but you need to, or what do you mean by that? As different from what is happening. The last one would be the vetting part of it. Maybe you are talking from experience. Or the ad hoc, there must be an ad hoc committee for vetting of the IGI and the JSBI. Yeah, maybe you can get into that one because of your experience. Or if you are vetted and what happens. Over to members, Honorable Stebe, Honorable Kolabanat, with an age, you are the third one.
Thank you, Chairperson. Professor, on the appointment and the tenure of the IGI, I note what you say about 7-year tenure, and it sounds right to me. But the Act does not provide for deputy, and circumstances might give rise to the necessity to have some person to act in the IGI's absence. Now, in the Act, what I said is it's not provided for, so you can put in the Act one to appoint somebody as a deputy IGI, or you can put it in the Act or in the regulation that if the IGI is not available, he can appoint somebody to act as a member, to act in his position as IGI with full powers. Would you think that can be put into the Act? And will it work? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kolabanat.
Hello, Professor. Welcome back, as it were. Two questions from me. What would you consider would be what you call corrective measures? What are you contemplating? I'm presuming in terms of findings the IG makes, which are then ignored. I also believe the recommendations must be binding, as the findings of the IPID are, when in their former existence as the ICD, they were virtually ignored. That does not say it takes the role away of the JSCI. I disagree with the chair in that regard, because the chair, would be our role to then look at contemplating corrective measures should they not be fulfilled. Secondly, what would be the monitoring and evaluation instruments that you envisage that don't currently exist? I'm interested in what you have in mind there. Actually, finally, if we should extend the term, in your opinion, would that then apply retrospectively to the current incumbent? Thank you very much.
With an age, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure. I was trying to check the definition of the word recommendation. In as so far as the proposal that they must be binding. Because my understanding is that when you are recommending, it's a proposal or an advice. Unless we change the terminology, but a recommendation can't be binding because it's an advice. I can accept or not accept the advice. So let's then start with the terminology, if indeed we want it to be binding. In its current form, we can't refer to recommendation as binding. Even the public protector, it's only the remedial actions that are binding. not the recommendation. So I want to get a view or an understanding from our professor as to whether or not, if we're to move in that fashion, we'll have to then change the terminology so that we achieve the desired outcome. But we can't say the recommendations are binding. Thank you so much.
Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. It was interesting to hear the concerns relating to the IGI. We now know that the IGI could not be consulted with regard to this legislation, and has in fact made 20 recommendations when he appeared before the ad hoc committee.
Can I clarify that you said the IGI couldn't be what?
The IGI could not be consulted when the legislation was drafted. So when he appeared before the committee, he came up with about 20, let's call it amendments, which is under consideration. I want to know if the professor is aware of that, and if the recommendations of the IGI is accepted by the ad hoc committee and later Parliament, would all his concerns not be addressed? Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much. I was still trying to digest. Okay, no. Just to add on what Honorable Kolabanat and Honorable Hadebe with an H said, we asked almost the same question. Does the status quo, is it not enough? Meaning that the recommendations would be in the certificate to the JSCI, where we call the minister whether they agreed or not. And then we would say, okay, if they didn't agree with the minister, then we can enforce from, I'm not referring to the ad hoc committee. So can I just say, or if we change the recommendations to binding, will that mean that the Inspector General will have to instruct all the services? If it's binding, then whatever he says, will he have to instruct the services to do this and that? Oh, sorry, I'm asking the prof. Oh, follow up. There you are, followed by Honorable Kolabana.
Chair, I also wanted to add that the consequences of having binding recommendation, there has to be a recourse for non-implementation. So we must take that into cognizance. Otherwise, we don't have.
Did you say binding recommendation?
No, I'm saying if the findings are binding, then there has to be recourse for non-implementation. Otherwise, we'll have the teeth, the dog that cannot bite, just biting.
You seem to be talking to me. There's the prof.
You see, the problem of a hybrid session, we can't see the prof. We miss him, by the way, and his stylish, good self. We miss you, Prof. Please take us into your confidence in terms of the ideal situation that will assist the Office of the Inspector General and the possible recourse that one might pursue in an event we opt for the findings to be binding, and whether or not that is an ideal situation. And are there any unintended consequences of such? Thank you.
Honorable Kolabana.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I don't see this proposal as circumventing the JSCI. Making the findings binding means that they must do X, Y, and Z. If they don't do it, it would then be up to the JSCI to deal with that matter, which is why I asked you what corrective measures you had contemplated. And it would be, as far as I interpret this, up to the JSCI to then apply those corrective measures. It's not up to your officers, or the officers of the IG, beg your pardon. So that's how I contemplated it. That's how I envisaged it, I should say, that it works quite smoothly in that if they ignore those, it comes to the JSCI for action. And I think that would strengthen the entire system all the way down the value chain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because it's Prof on the line. It's as if we are now in a different meeting. This is the ad hoc committee meeting. Okay, over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Khadebe, I also miss the whole committee. I worked very well with them, and today I'm
not very sure whether you miss him.
I do, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Because I've gained a lot of experience from that. The OIGI was basically at the JSCI in particular, were a university of life for me. Honorable Chairperson, let me start with yourself. And I think that this issue is settled by Honorable Khadebe to say the enforceability. So the problem here is with the terminology itself. Now, there is a dictionary definition of what recommendation is. We cannot change that. We cannot go to court, and the court may not really change that. Now, here I'm talking language. I'm talking what English language means about the recommendation. Hence, my submission to say that maybe we should, in the drafting of the legislation, consider any other concept which will then allow the legislature to play around the enforceability as well as the monitoring and evaluation of the findings of the Inspector General of Intelligence. So yes, of course, we cannot be playing by semantics and say that then let's call them binding findings, because when you say a binding finding, it does not really tell us about what needs to be done then. So you will have a finding, so what? If you've got a finding which says Dintwe stole 10 million rand when he was the IGI, it stops there, it's a finding. So even if the finding itself is binding, if there is nothing which follows on that particular finding, then we will have to forget about the enforceability itself. Hence, I said that it could be a corrective measure, it could be a remedial measure. Nothing, I don't think anything prohibits the legislature, yourself as the ad hoc committee and the legislature in its entirety, to really play around and coming up with a word that will, in law and in language, accept that those will be binding. The current status is not working, Honorable Chair, and it is historical. I will request the committee to remove 2017 to 2022 from this argument, because maybe I'm conflicted. But if you go back to the days of Dadin Nakani, to the days of Advocate Khadebe, to the current Inspector General of Intelligence, I think that there is evidence, a lot of evidence, which shows that the current status quo is actually not effective. It's not working for us. Yes, the committee has done several things when I was there. One of those was to say that send the certificates to the ministers and then wait for them to input or to really clarify issues with yourself. And after that is done, again, we will call them when you are making the presentation. But really, that did not address the issue of enforceability, unless there is something which could have happened because, I mean, behind the closed doors when I was not there, that will indicate that in fact the committee was able to enforce these recommendations. But the way things are and the way the legislation is drafted, Honorable Chair, I think that evidence concludes that it is not workable. Let's look at the ways, play around with it, and then look into that. I would like to jump some of the questions deliberately because I want to deal with the follow-up from Honorable Khadebe with an R. That the
What?
It's with an H, Prof. It's been a while.
Oh, with an H. Okay. Thank you. And now that the enforceability, because I think your question is very important to say that you made two critical importance. The first one was to say that the terminology is problematic. Recommendations are recommendations. They cannot be made by any legislation to be binding. It's a terminology issue. But I will say that, yes, of course, we may need to change terminology before we move there. But now, you said what will be the recourse if let's say the corrective measures are binding and they are not being implemented, for instance. Now, there should be a clear line between the management of intelligence services and the oversight. The whole responsibility of an oversight body such as the OIGI is not to manage or to run the intelligence services. Now, there is a catch-22 situation here. And should this be legislated or put in the bill itself, there should be some checks and balances which will ensure that the recommendations of the OIGIs are not dealing directly with the day-to-day management of intelligence services. The moment we understand that and we are able to make that differentiation, then we will be able to succeed with this particular thing. Any legislature anywhere will be concerned that what if there is a recommendation, but let me call it a corrective measure here, which is binding, when it is made and it deals with how the institutions should be managed or administered. So I think that we can really look into that and maybe in regulations become very much creative and innovative in terms of ensuring that those binding corrective measures do not change the nature of the intelligence service itself, as well as its functions and mandates. But that can be guarded easily because the mandate of the different intelligence services are actually legislated. So I don't foresee a situation where an Inspector General of Intelligence, for instance, will say that they cannot have mass surveillance, for instance, and that becomes as a corrective measure. I don't see that happening because it will be legislated in the same legislation in terms of the powers as well as the mandates of that. Honorable Chair, it's a very easy thing, the budget. You determine it prior to it being allocated to the State Security Agency. And I'm talking out of experience here. As an Inspector General of Intelligence, you go to the State Security Agency and compete for an amount or for the budget with the other spending centers, which are actually your ODTs, which are actually under your own oversight. So that cannot happen. And we've got that model. The budget of the Public Protector's Office is determined prior its delivery to the Department of Home Affairs, Justice and Social Development, and any other department that will be responsible for that particular vote. So all what I'm saying is that the determination is made prior to the monies being given to a particular intelligence service, because they will argue that there are competing priorities. But when during the allocations, it is already known that out of this 4 billion rand, 1 billion rand belongs to the oversight, then that will be sorted. So there is nothing wrong about the provision of that particular issue of budget, because it does not say that the determination shall be made or shall be done by the intelligence service, but it says it shall be expended in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act. The issue of independence, Honorable Chair, you asked about it, then you wanted me to really talk a little bit about it and also expand a little bit on the issue of vetting. I so much wanted to refer the honorable members, but I know that honorable members will know the exact provisions in the Intelligence Services Act, that it makes a difference between members of the service as well as the IGI and the JSCI. Although it does not put a different procedure in terms of doing that, but they should not be seen as members of the intelligence service. So the procedure, it is based on the standard operating procedures. It may be based on the regulations as well. So it may be similar, but at a point of evaluation, who do you give the powers to ensure that there is no bias? So I've got a personal experience about that. But what I like about it is that maybe my experience doesn't matter. What matters is the findings and the recommendations of the Mufumadi panel, which actually dealt with this particular issue to say that the vetting of the other people outside or who are not members of the intelligence service need to be done a little bit, differently. Now, in legislation, I don't think that the legislature or the members of parliament will be able to come up with the bolts and nuts of how it will be done. But I'm just saying that as a legislative imperative, there should be a differentiation between members and non-members of the intelligence. Honorable Stebe, I've always said, and maybe this was career limiting, I've always said that a deputy IGI is cosmetic for me. Instead, I would suggest that after the classification of the OIGI, then it's either you legislate or in the regulation or anywhere in the structure, you come up with a COO of the IGI, who then becomes an accounting officer. The Act does, in fact, empower the Inspector General of Intelligence to appoint somebody with full powers to act in their absence. The only problem here is that when there is no Inspector General of Intelligence at all, because he cannot issue a letter and say that this manager of this particular section or anybody can then act as an Inspector General of Intelligence. I think that if we could have an accounting officer in a form of a COO or a CEO, then you will not have a problem because they would assume those powers. It can be legislated that they will assume that powers. It will not be alien, Honorable Mark. It will not be alien at all. Let's look at how the municipalities are being, dealt with. When there is no mayor in place, and maybe they are dealing with the election of mayors and all those other things, or the motion of no confidence on them, those meetings are chaired by the municipal manager, who is the accounting officer, but only for that particular purpose. In Parliament, it is happening in the presence of the president. I can't remember if it is president or the speaker, but then there is a stage where the Chief Justice comes in to really deal with only that particular specific issue. So I don't think that a deputy IGI with the same powers and so forth will really change the price of cheese in China. I just believe that we can be very innovative around that. Deputies are problematic everywhere. Please tell me about an institution, Honorable Stebe, where there are no problems between the incumbent, the office bearer, as well as their deputies. There is a lot of unhealthy competition between them, and there are a lot of squabbles between them. I will not create a problem if I had to advise the legislature in terms of how to draft that and build in the deputy IGI. Honorable Kola Barnard, monitoring and evaluation is a scientific process, and we do really have. We've got a concept such as the outputs, the inputs, the indicators, and so forth. And I think that if we look not very far, but in the department itself called monitoring and evaluation in government, we will have those instruments. But I understand your question to be asking then who monitors and evaluate the implementation thereof. It obviously can still reside between the OIGI and the JSCI, because I think that the moment you've got an oversight also as a committee or as the Committee of Parliament, you will have the powers to monitor and evaluate. So those are the issues. One can come up with an instrument, a fully developed policy, which deals on how this can be happening. But for certain, this should be happening between the OIGI as well as the JSCI. Look, they will not be self-measuring themselves. They will not, because they will be monitoring and evaluating the implementation of their findings by somebody else. It would be problematic if they were doing or conducting self-monitoring and evaluation, but in this case, that is not the case. Honorable Hendricks, I should have made a disclosure right at the beginning that when I received this invitation, I wrote to the current IGI, who was so humble and very helpful, because he then sent me their own presentation as well as a concept document that I would have developed, that we would have developed as a team when I was still the Inspector General of Intelligence. So this is based on that, but it assisted me a lot because in my preparation, I had to ensure that I avoid repetition. And by so doing, also saying that I am able to tell the committee that where I did not make my submissions, it means that I'm in agreement or I concur with the OIGI in terms of their recommendations. I rest my case.
There's a follow-up, Prof.
Yes, actually not a follow-up. What I want to say is why I asked the question was that in your case and in the current IGI's case, when your tenure comes to an end, it's a process to appoint a new IGI. And for a long time, there's no IGI. So that office is actually a lame duck in the water. They can't do anything because they can't do the certificates because the IGI can't sign it. So that is, hence my question is, how would you perceive Must it, and you came up with a COO, which is fine. Could it be of somebody of personnel, or there be a deputy IGI? That's why I asked that question. Thank you.
Honorable Hadebe with an R.
No, thanks. I forgot to ask this clarity from the Prof. Why do you think it's not problematic to have a non-renewable term for the IGI in his view? Because when I read this, for me, I find it did not augur well with me, the clause that the term will be non-renewable. So if I can just get the thinking of Prof around that.
Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, Professor, through you, Honorable Chair, Professor, civilian oversight was largely to address the atrocities, for example, identified in the TRC report. With reference to civilian oversight, you've indicated that you accept the recommendations of the IGI, and where you have another view, you have shared it with the committee, and I would like to thank you for that. What I want to know is, if, for example, the recommendations of the IGI and your valuable input is accepted by the ad hoc committee and later on Parliament, will we be able to address all those atrocities that has been committed as identified in the TRC report? Will we then move to a situation where one day there will not be a TRC report as atrocious as we heard, chaired by Archbishop Desmond Tutu? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is that question directed to the professor?
That is correct, Chair.
Prof.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Hadebe, there is literature which really deals with, they're not really dealing with the OIGI, or let me say the civilian oversight, but it deals with the so-called anti-corruption agencies. And there are similarities really between these institutions. I think that one can also make reference to the decision of the Gauteng North on the case of McBride, I think, versus the Minister of Police then, where they also talk about what are the principles that governs, or that should govern, the anti-corruption agencies. Now, one of those things is that there should be a security of tenure of the incumbent, but also it really stays away from the renewable term. Now, what I've submitted here may not be based on findings of anybody anywhere, but it's a practical analysis of what happens when you've got a renewable term for people who are dealing with either corruption or oversight in general. What I would have said is that, and this is my submission, I'm making the submission, and I hope that one day I'll be able to write an article and really deal with that and place it to my peers so that it can be critiqued. But if I have a hope that I will be appointed again after a period of 5 years, there is a possibility, and it's a human factor, that I will not be making hard-hitting findings, at least during my first, during my first tenure, with the hope that I will be considered and I will be on the right side of the decision makers. So the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence is one example of those decision makers. But we are also being appointed by the president, obviously on recommendation of Parliament. So all what I'm saying is that this is based on the human factor, but I think that literature is also littered with those examples where, in fact, people will be reluctant to really do their own work. So it doesn't have to be hard hitting. You don't have people don't have to be scared of you, but just doing your job as you're supposed to be doing it. Honorable Hendricks, if you've got a very strong Inspector General of Intelligence, the office itself, I'm not referring to an individual, the office itself, majority of problems will be resolved, because in this instance, if for instance you make a corrective or you suggest a corrective measure that is binding on the intelligence service, then obviously that cannot be repeated in the future. And we will not be sitting with institutions where people have been killed by intelligence services, where people have been mudslinged, for instance, the case of the Browse Mole, where intelligence services were running amok and doing exactly what they wanted to do without any repercussions. Well, of course, there was a repercussion during the time of Ndadingani, when the then Director General, may his soul rest in peace. But all what I'm saying here is that if the civilian oversight is strengthened enough, is given legislative powers, and it is independent as well, then you will not have the repetition of the previous atrocities. I thank you.
Thank you very much. By the way, it's the meeting of the ad hoc committee. Follow up?
So thank you, Prof, for your response. So we might as well keep the term to 5 years because continuity and institutional memory does not apply in this case, as opposed to 7 years, as earlier on proposed. I'm just saying we wouldn't be found wanting if we keep it as it is.
Are you deliberating or are you asking the question to the Prof?
No, I'm saying in an event we go for deliberation, there wouldn't be harm in maintaining the status quo.
Is the Prof supposed to give an opinion on that? Did the Prof say anything about the independence of the office of the Inspector General of Intelligence? I can't remember the Prof talking about the independence. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Maybe I should just start and appreciate the opinion of Honorable Hadebe. Look, 5 years and 7 years for me are really not that significant. All of what I was saying was that it works better if it is 7 years, and this is based on my personal experience, both as a technocrat but also as a manager, that when it is a 7-year period, now look at the length of an NTEF period, And at what time are the other departments doing what they call a midterm review? Now, a midterm review is done for the OIGI 2.5 years after the incumbent has occupied the office. And obviously, with the delays in terms of the appointment, then it becomes problematic because then you are doing it almost alone. The other departments, the other institutions are not doing it. So I'm not really fixated on 7 years, and I don't think that even during the deliberations you will then run into trouble or into problems should you decide 5 or 7. All what I'm saying is that, and my experience as a manager is that 5 years could be a little bit shorter. I mean, you need a whole year of developing and implementing a strategy and then measuring it. So that's my basis for that. Honorable Chair, the independence of the OIGI and any other oversight body shall never happen unless we know the form, the nature, the structure, and the classification of any oversight body. If that doesn't happen, there is no way in which we are going to have independence. And I have to be very vocal about it. One, the budget of an oversight body cannot be handled by somebody somewhere else. Worse, by one of the institutions that is being overseen by the same office. It will not happen. I can guarantee you of that. It shall not happen, that independence, when the infrastructure, including the IT of an oversight body, is anchored and dependent on one of the other organizations outside that independent body. And worse, when it is actually dependent on the auditee of the very same institution. So the independence, we will never ever achieve the independence if the status quo exists. The OIGI must be removed completely from any of the intelligence services. It must be declared as a statutory body with a head of that statutory body, as well as a COO, as an accounting officer, or if you like, even the Inspector General of Intelligence becoming an accounting officer of that institution. We will never ever achieve this, and I'm placing my head on the block with regard to that unless and until we have done that process. The process was started by Minister Geraldine Fraser-Moleketi many months back. And I don't know where did it end, but I think that there were political considerations other than legislative considerations to have the OIGI as an independent body. Because as other politicians would say, it will pester with us and it will create problems and trouble for us. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other thing before
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
Is it Prof?
Yes.
Okay.
I omitted. Yes, I omitted something from Honorable Stebe. Honorable Stebe, I really don't harbor any serious resistance in terms of coming with a deputy. All what I was saying is that when you look at how municipalities are run, like for instance, if there is a motion of no confidence or whatever at Nelson Mandela municipality, the municipal manager chairs that particular session only for the purposes of that. So all what I'm saying is that even if we do not have a Deputy Inspector General of Intelligence, but we have a COO, then he may or she may assume the same powers which are equivalent to the Inspector General of Intelligence in their absence and when they cannot even issue a letter. It is doable. It is doable at the national level where the Chief Justice comes in, I think, when there is no president or when there is no speaker of parliament. But that can actually be looked at. I do not have a serious resistance to that. This is just an advice to say that how do we avoid squabbles, infighting, unhealthy competition between Inspector General of Intelligence and their deputy. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we release the prof? Yeah, you have, it's as if you were interrogating the prof. But thank you very much, Prof, and we hope to be seeing you. Whatever you are lecturing there, you must get some of the members to register. Maybe they will get some free marks, especially Honorable Stebe. Thank you very much, and you are released. I'm not very sure. Are you still there, Prof? It's gone. 5 minutes. Okay, we've got presentation by for SA. Do we have them there? Are they in?
I'm here, Chairperson.
Thank you. You are on the podium.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Let me just share my screen. Just get this presentation to the right place. Share. Please let me know when you are able to see my screen.
We can definitely see your screen.
Fantastic. Honourable Chairperson, Mr. Marque, members of the Ad Hoc Committee, my name is Liesl Pretorius. I'm the Head of Legal with Freedom of Religion South Africa, or 4SA for short, and we would like to thank the committee for this opportunity to make an oral presentation on the General Intelligence Laws Amendment Bill. So, just as an introduction, who is 4SA? We're a legal advocacy organization. Our mandate is to protect the right to religious freedom and related rights of all South Africans. We are politically neutral, we are faith neutral, and we are doctrinally neutral. And we enjoy a supporter base spanning various faith groups, consisting of millions of South Africans. Our interest in the bill stems from that 4SA and our constituency, being the religious sector, have a direct interest in the bill because as the bill is currently worded, religious institutions, and this includes their leaders, their employees, and their members, can potentially be seen as a threat to national security, be seen as a person of national security interest, be subject to security competence tests, and be refused a security clearance certificate. Now, what is our approach? We agree and we support that protecting the Republic and its people from real threats to national security is an important constitutional objective and duty. However, at the same time, it is an equally important constitutional objective and duty to uphold our constitutional democracy and our fundamental rights and freedoms. And to this end, our intention is to make constructive recommendations, and mainly these will focus on improving certain key definitions in the bill. Now, what is our primary concern? Our primary concern relates to that the South African Intelligence Agency will be allowed to conduct security competence tests on persons or institutions of national security interests. Now, the bill defines these persons and institutions as those who conduct themselves or engage in activities that are inconsistent with the principles set out in Section 198 of the Constitution, including those that engage in activities that are a threat to national security. And the purpose of these security tests is to determine whether or not to issue a security clearance certificate. However, from our reading of the bill, the consequences of failing to obtain a security clearance certificate is unclear. Our other concerns relate to whether it is a practical necessity to include the religious sector within the ambit of the bill, especially as far as mandatory security vetting and requiring security clearance certificates are concerned. And we are concerned that despite the intentions of the drafters, which is to protect the national security of South Africa, which is a good intention, because of certain problematic definitions, the bill inadvertently may open South Africa up, the Republic up to returning to a pre-1994 surveillance state. So in that regard, we are concerned about the right to privacy and legalizing mass surveillance, and the need to ensure that there are proper accountability and oversight mechanisms, including post-surveillance notifications and legal remedies to address rights violations should they occur. Now, the impact on the religious sector, this is our main concern and focus point. From a religious freedom point of view, we are concerned that key definitions, and these include person or institution of national security interest, threat to national security, and national security, especially when read with Section 198 of the Constitution, are so ambiguous and overbroad that religious institutions, and every time when I say religious institution, I include their leaders, employees, and members, that they who are engaged in lawful political activity, advocacy, protest, or dissent, and who are not, in fact, real threats to national security, may still be caught up in the wide dragnet of the bill. So we are concerned that this may lead to religious institutions being misidentified as being of a national security interest or as threats of national security when they're not, wrongly subjected to secret and invasive mandatory investigations that lack oversight, accountability, and recourse mechanisms, and being refused a security clearance certificate, the consequences of which are not clear. And furthermore, we are concerned that the outcome of this may be that religious institutions may be forced to cease operations, if this, for example, is a consequence of being refused a security clearance certificate, or that they may be banned from operating in the Republic, because the May 2023 version of the bill noted that religious institutions, churches, and NGOs needed a security clearance certificate to operate. Now, that was excluded from the current version of the bill, but that clause was adapted in such a way that it is actually, in fact, broader when you look at it. We're also concerned that if an institution is refused a security clearance certificate, that they might be mislabeled as terrorist or supporting terrorism, and with that can go civil and criminal sanctions. So, as I said, despite the best intentions of the drafters of the bill to protect the national security of South Africa, which is very important, we are concerned that how the bill is currently drafted, it inadvertently opens the door to state regulation of religion, which is contrary to the spirit and the principles of our constitutional democracy. And that, for that reason, the bill can become a type of draconian law that has no place in our democracy. It's very important when I believe when you write laws, to think what loopholes are there in this law, that if it lands, if the wrong person comes into a position of power, a person who's willing to abuse their power, how can they exploit those loopholes? So we need to close those loopholes to ensure that our national security is protected, but also our democracy and our constitutional rights and freedoms all at the same time. Now, the bill constantly refers to Section 198 of the Constitution, which sets out the governing principles of national security in South Africa. This is a very broadly worded section of the constitutions, and this is quite normal. Constitutions use broad language. There's nothing wrong with that. But the broad scope of Section 198 is that the bill, and including it into the bill, means that the bill sees persons and institutions who act or engage in and activities that are inconsistent with Section 198 are of a national security interest. Now, what does Section 198 say? It says that our national security must reflect, amongst other things, our resolve to live as equals, to live in peace and harmony, to be free from want and fear, and to seek a better life. Those are all good things. But here is when it gets a bit tricky, when you incorporate that section wholesale into the bill without any limitation in the interplay between key definitions. For example, if we take to wanting to seek a better life, perfectly reasonable and laudable objective, but what does it mean? What does better life mean? Who decides that? It can be an ambiguous, broad and subjective concept, because a better life for me is not necessarily what another person would regard as having a better life, and they're entitled to their opinion. So we need to make sure that the definitions of the bill are worded narrowly and clearly, that it does not lead inadvertently to unintended absurd consequences or opens up the bill to abuse. And like I said, that can be done by improving certain key definitions. So the first definition is national security. And we have identified 4 problematic elements in this definition. First is the word threat. Threat is not defined. Threat is a key word in this bill. So we think the bill would be made more robust if there's a good, sound definition of threat. And then there is the concept of potential threat. It's also not defined. And what is a potential threat? There's an element to, or a degree to which that can be subjective. So that is concerning. We don't want subjective concepts in the bill, because it makes a law, it prevents a law from being clear, it can make a law ambiguous, it can lead to a law being enforced inconsistently. So it would be good if there's some sort of uniform standard. But I would like to focus on opportunity and potential opportunity, because this is a new definition included in the bill. And the problem with that definition is that it's quite circular, because the definition of opportunity and potential opportunity refers back to person and institution, refers back to national security, which refers back to opportunity and potential opportunity. So it's circular. It's like saying, if I ask someone what is a bill, they say a bill is a bill. That doesn't explain what a bill is. You have to say something like, well, a bill is a draft law. So that would be more helpful. Circular definitions are essentially nonsensical and they're unworkable. And also the concept of potential opportunity, again, there's a degree to which that is very subjective, because if there's not a uniform standard, one agent working or member of the security structures might say, well, I believe this is what potential opportunity means. And another says, no, I think that is a potential opportunity. But the problem is, once you have a potential opportunity to national security, it opens you up to being investigated. So we want to have nice, tight definitions. Generally speaking, broad, vague definitions are contrary to the rule of law, which requires laws to be clear. For example, people need to understand what is expected of them and what they're not supposed to do. And it opens up the bill again to abuse. It can lead to unreasonable and justifiable limitations of fundamental rights, which is contrary to Section 36 of the Constitution, the limitations clause. So our recommendation would be to remove opportunity and potential opportunity from the bill. That is our preferred option. Then, because the definition, turning back to the definition of national security, because it contains these vague and ambiguous elements, such as opportunity and potential opportunity, it causes the definition of national security in turn to also suffer the same fate. So we have a recommendation for tightening up the definition of national security and removing vague elements, ambiguous elements. Then turning to person or institutions of national security interest. Again, this definition is also quite ambiguous and broad, because it refers to the definition of threat to national security, which needs to be tightened up. The moment that definition is tightened up, this definition will be improved. And it also refers to Section 198 of the Constitution, which is a very broad section, like we discussed. What does seeking a better life mean? And bringing this back to the religious sector, religious institutions and their leaders can be included in this definition of person or institution of national security interest, because they do affect and reflect South Africans' resolve to seek a better life. Many people who are a person of faith, the tenets of their faith have a direct influence on how they see, well, what a better life is and how to seek it. So we also have a recommendation. This is all in our written submissions to improve that definition. Then turning to the definition of threat to national security, we're going to focus on 3 clauses in that definition. First is clause 1, subclause T, subclause A and B. Subclause A and B divides section 198A of the Constitution across 2 clauses, and we just don't see any rational basis for doing that. We also see that clause refers to equitable opportunities, but section 198A of the Constitution refers to South Africans' resolve to live as equals, and equality is defined in section 9 of the Constitution and has a specific constitutional definition, which is the full enjoyment of all rights and freedoms and the right not to be discriminated against unfairly. So to the degree that the current clause A goes wider than the section 9 of the Constitution, it opens the door to a constitutional challenge. And because section 198 is also so broad, it can potentially serve as the basis for the legalization of mass surveillance, because anyone who is seen as doing anything that opposes South Africans' resolve, for example, to equality, and depending on how tight that definition of equality is, might be sucked into the net of this bill. So again, it all comes down to having clear definitions, then the bill won't be open to abuse. So our recommendation is to consolidate those clauses, because those elements, living as equals, living in peace and harmony, being free from fear and want to seek a better life, that's what section 198 of the Constitution says. So that's better to include that as one concept. Then turning to another subclause of the definition of threat to national security, subclause 1TF, which concerns the subversion and undue influence by hostile interests on government processes and policies and the sovereignty of the state. I want to focus on government processes and policies. We are concerned that this clause, as it is worded, can potentially be used against anyone who opposes government policies, and we presume that under government policies will be included bills, regulations, protocols, guidelines, etc., and that they can, for that reason, can be seen as a threat to national security, even if what they are involved in is not actual activities that threaten our national security, but only lawful political activity, advocacy, protest, and dissent. Being able to be engaged in lawful political activity, advocacy, protest, dissent, etc., is a key right and freedom in a constitutional democracy. And civil society in general, and also religious institutions as members of civil society, enjoy that right, and it should be protected. So we would say our recommendation under that section is just exclude lawful political activity, advocacy, protest, and dissent. And just to give an example of how this could play out practically, there's Reverend Frank Shikane and the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who opposed the policies of the previous regime. And like I said, we need to think, if a law lands in the hands of the wrong person, what could they possibly do with it if they want to abuse any loopholes? And this law could provide, if this law existed 30, 50 years ago, 20 years ago, more than that, 50 years ago, it could have been abused by the then government to say, well, no, we have a legal basis to spy on and suppress and silence people like Reverend Shikane and Bishop Tutu, who are opposing our policies. And you don't want that situation, because members of civil society, including religious leaders such as these 2 gentlemen, they should have a right to be engaged in lawful process, because in the end it helps democracy and the rights of our people. Then we have some other miscellaneous recommendations with regard to these definitions of domestic intelligence, foreign intelligence, national security intelligence, intelligence gathering. And it just relates to removing that reference to opportunity and potential opportunity, because that definition of opportunity and potential opportunity is so nonsensical. And then these definitions, because it refers to them, suffers the same fate. Turning to the definition of security competence test, this definition has a disjunctive reading. You will note the or, so it breaks the definition up in different sections. And disjunctive readings make the definition very broad. We would say overbroad. And for example, let's look at vulnerable to blackmail. Almost any person is potentially vulnerable to blackmail, undue influence, and manipulation. But that doesn't mean that they're necessarily a threat to national security, and that the state should, perform security assessments on them. we would say that rationing security competence tests should be limited to only those persons with access to classified information and critical infrastructure, because we don't want people who are a threat to national security, to get access to that kind of information or infrastructure. So we all have a recommendation for tightening up that definition. And then security vetting investigations and also competence tests. Clause 2B of the bill provides for security competence tests on categories of persons referred to in Section 2A of the Act for the purposes of issuing or declining a security clearance certificate. Then Clause 3A in turn amends Section 2A of the Act that was just referred to. It says the national intelligence structures must conduct a vetting investigation on persons or institutions of national security interest in terms of Section 4 sub 2A Roman numeral I of the Act. And that subsection of the Act refers to the functions of NCOP, including particularly detecting and identifying any threat or potential threat to national security. But it all goes back to definitions, because these clauses, as you would note, refers to persons and institutions of national security interests, threat to national security. If those definitions are written much tighter, these clauses will not be problematic. So basically it all comes down to the definitions. But as it currently stands, ostensibly these clauses make it compulsory for the South African Intelligence Agency to conduct vetting investigations to determine the national security competence of persons or institutions of national security interest or suspected of being threats to national security, to issue a decline in national security certificate. And the effect of reading all these clauses together is that religious institutions can be seen as persons of national security interest and or threats to national security, which will subject them to secret and invasive mandatory investigations and potentially being refused a security clearance certificate with potentially dire consequences. As I said, the consequences are not clear. So again, we have recommendations for tightening up those definitions. Just turning to the failure to obtain a security clearance certificate, our concern is that it's not clear from the bill that what happens if you don't have a security clearance certificate. Does it mean that you may be forced to cease operations or banned? For example, if this bill was on the law books in the time when Reverend Tutu was opposing the apartheid government, would it mean that it could be used against him to force him into silence or to have his religious institution banned? Can it imply that people who don't have security clearance certificates, that they're involved in terrorism with linked sanctions? We just don't know. So these are matters that need to be clarified. And we would say that if a religious institution does not have access to classified information or critical state infrastructure, and I don't know of any religious institutions who do, they might be, but I don't know of any who do, what is the purpose of them needing a security clearance certificate? Should security clearance certificates not be reserved for persons, institutions who have access to classified information and critical state infrastructure? But the bottom line is that this opens the current version of the bill to abuse. We are afraid that despite the good intentions of the drafters, it can be abused by some person down the line to suppress or even silence critical voices, especially if these voices belong to powerful and popular religious institutions and or leaders, by subjecting them to more frequent or comprehensive security vetting, which is very invasive, and refusing them clearance certificates in order to shut them down or ban them. And so we say that we don't believe that religious institutions should be subjected to this, and they should be exempted, especially since they typically don't have access to critical information as a matter of course or critical state infrastructure. And that failing to tighten up the bill and provide the necessary exemptions, etc., can open the door down the line to direct state interference in the rights of religious communities. And it may even lead to being abused by some individuals to decide which religious institutions are allowed to exist, which are not, which should be banned, etc., which comes down to the state regulation of religion. Just one note on post-surveillance notification. We believe that the bill can be improved by providing for post-surveillance notifications to persons who were subjected to surveillance, that this would be in line with the Amagane judgment, and also to include also legal remedies in the bill we did not see any legal remedies when we read the bill for persons to address rights violations, including unlawful investigations. So that would really improve the bill. Then the necessity of the religious sector falling within the ambit of the bill, we noted that the bill's explanatory memorandum states that its purpose is to combat terrorism financing, illicit economic activities, and money laundering. Those are good goals. But these are addressed, we believe, adequately through the General Intelligence Laws Amendment Act and the Protection of Constitutional Democracy Against Terrorist and Related Activities Act. And any other sort of criminal activities and abuses are already criminalized in our law. So the existing law should just, if the existing law is just enforced, we believe that it will address these things as far as the religious sector is concerned. So we don't see what additional need this addresses, subjecting the religious sector to this bill, and specifically security vetting for the purposes of security clearance certificates. And then on just a final note, many of the honourable members might be aware of the DRSI platform. And just for the sake of interest, we noted that between 17 December last year and 15 February, this year, when the call for comments closed, a total of 23,222 submissions were made via the DRSI platform. Obviously, there are more submissions made directly to Parliament as well, but these are the ones through the DRSI platform. And the submissions in summary can be divided as follows. The vast majority, to 22,736, were not in favour of the bill. There were 401 not fully in favour, and there were 85 in favour of the bill. And of the three main concerns of that absolute vast majority, 97.9% not in favour of the bill, via the DRSI platform, of course, was privacy, state security vetting, and mass surveillance. I again thank the committee for this opportunity, and we hope that our submissions will be beneficial to the committee and for the purposes of tightening up the bill to ensure our national security is protected, but also our constitutional democracy and our fundamental rights and freedoms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's this issue of public surveillance, mass surveillance. Maybe if it's possible to ask, we've got officials here from SSA to explain this issue. It keeps on coming up and up and up. Or do we have mass surveillance? Can I ask one of you to try and explain this? You will decide, my doctor, who talks, who does what. In 5 minutes, just to explain this. It keeps on coming up and up. It's as if people are going to be under spotlight and they will be surveilled as the mass. There will be cameras all over to take number plates and over to you.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Obviously, we are going to explain that when we respond in detail. I think the date that we're given is the 27th. But there is quite a difference between mass surveillance, which is cited in the bill, as well as what we refer to as targeted interception. And targeted interception obviously is regulated by RICA. That mass surveillance that the stakeholders are referring to is what the Constitutional Court judgment referred to, that we cannot necessarily do that in the absence of a legislation. So we are through this legislative process trying to fill that gap that has been identified by the Constitutional Court. But I will also allow my colleague to further elaborate, summarizing what the judge cited in the judgment, and then also what we are trying to do to remedy that situation. Mr. Zoe?
Thanks, Chairperson. I'll just read quickly what the judge said in a summary form. The Constitutional Court said, in a technologically developing society like ours, it is understandable that the state, through its intelligence services, may wish to use the latest technological means to ensure the safety of its citizens and uphold national security. These measures may involve the monitoring of communications through technological means by citizens with others. Without doubt, the monitoring constitutes the exercise of public power, and that power can only be exercised through a constitutional compliant manner. In this regard, the principle of legality requires that any exercise of public power must have a basis in some law. That's what the judgment was saying in relation to bulk interception. And specifically what the court wanted is that there must be a provision of this in law. What we have done, and again, it's important, Chairperson, to mention this thing. We've always been saying this does not entail listening to communications of individual South Africans. This is about monitoring of foreign signals. And this relates to cross-border illegal activities, human trafficking, illegal migration, car smuggling, cyber crimes, drug trafficking, terror financing and terrorism. Those are illegal activities generated outside of South Africa. What the intelligence services do, they gather information on these activities, monitoring foreign signals, and then advise relevant law enforcement about all these activities. It has nothing whatsoever with listening to South Africans, because all of these activities, human trafficking does not originate from here, it comes from outside. We know what illegal migration is doing to this country, and it does not originate here. We know that, in fact, in the public hearings, in all the border provinces, these were the problems that were raised. In Limpopo, in Mpumalanga, they said, these are the problems we're having. The role of intelligence is to forewarn. When you get this information, you then transmit this information, gather it, talk, and then analyze it. You are going to give it to the police where it's relevant. You're going to give it to Home Affairs, and this is what the law is saying. You're going to give it to NCOP. This is what the law is saying, because you're going to have been able to gather this information and say, this is what we are picking up on illegal immigration. This is what we are picking up on human trafficking. This is what we are picking up on drug trafficking and all of those things. There is no intention, and then now there's Border Management Authority as well, which becomes a critical client for this information. They are all going to be provided this information by the intelligence services. Thank you, Chair.
Why I said, where do you think, that would be your opinion, where do you think people get this legal mass surveillance? Where do you think they pick it up? If you don't know, just tell me. It's only your opinion. Because it comes everywhere in almost all the presentations. Is it not maybe because it's not well explained, or do you think they've got skeletons in their cupboards? They think now they are going to be. Just your opinion in 30 seconds.
No, we think, Chair, maybe because of this informal term, because remember in law, we're talking about monitoring of foreign signals. But there's an informal term about like bulk interception. I think people are thinking the word interception from their understanding, confusing it with targeted interception. Chances are that they think that is the same thing. In some instances, you even hear people saying bulk, there would be a group of people who are listened to because of the word, because of the word bulk. But our own understanding is that there is nothing of that sort. You're just monitoring foreign signals, which have no impact whatsoever on any South African. And then you gather information from foreign signals, and then you then transmit that information to the relevant law enforcement. And in fact, now, to be even very transparent, the bill says the agency, the relevant agency will apply to a judge and two advisors. Upfront, it will say, they will say, in this financial year, we want to focus on drug trafficking. We want to focus on whatever, as it comes, as it becomes prevalent. We'll focus on illegal immigration, and they will justify. Why are we focusing on illegal immigration? Why are we focusing on drug trafficking? Why are we focusing on these elements? They will relate that to its impact, to our national security, and the challenges that these things are bringing. And what is the intended purpose? What is the outcome? Then this helps the judge when you report back after the period, whether 6 months. Then you go to the judge and say, this is the information we've been able to pick up in relation to this matter. We think that the project must continue because this is the more information we're getting, or the project can stop. I think this is now becoming more transparent about what this activity is going to be. And I don't think there should be any room for concern, because the judges will be given an application even before the project, before an activity is done. There will be an application, and those two experts will know exactly why are we monitoring these signals in relation to these particular things. Thanks.
Just 30 seconds, this.
Thanks, Chair. The RICA part is probably more a law enforcement tool. It is not an intelligence thing. It's a law enforcement tool. It's a tool that the police are using. There's an application to the judge in relation to a particular investigation of the police on a particular matter. And I think we understand it to be in that regard. And that is where, when the judge approves, then communications can be listened to. And that is what we call, and it involves service providers. Because you go to a service provider, even the OIC itself has to go to a service provider with a judge's direction. And it is the service provider that assists law enforcement into getting that particular information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that would clarify one or two things, and I think that was necessary. I liked your explanation of your opinion of people, the masses thinking bulk means we are going to look at. Thank you. So what should I do?
Deliberations.
Yeah.
She's still there.
Well,
Deliberations.
yeah, no, then let me open up for questions. Honorable Hadebe with an R or an H, I'm not more sure. Over to you. Can I apologize to the presenter? I kept her waiting there, but maybe over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I was also gonna ask the similar question. This mass surveillance, is it equivalent to bulk interception?
No. I think that one is not a presenter.
No. I'm saying my.
We are dealing with the presentation.
Yes,
that we got.
I'm saying in terms of, because I'm seeing the number of people that were not in favor. Yes, what is it based on the Amapungane judgment, or what in terms of the finding or the Constitutional Court judgment? And secondly, Chair, it was my understanding that what the court ruled on is that we need a legislative authority or a legislative mandate to conduct such. And hence the unconstitutionality was suspended for a duration of time to remedy such. So it means, therefore, bulk surveillance can still continue until you rectify the process of conducting that exercise with a legislative mandate. I'm hoping the 4,099 will be covered and are not rejecting the bill on those bases of the Constitutional Court judgment and the misunderstanding thereof. There was another question that I wanted to ask, and I understand that the organization is representing the faith-based interest group or community, but in them having discomfort about certain definition, it appears as if it's only the faith-based community that will be affected. Maybe their emphasis on the faith-based is precisely because of their mandate. Only up until when they talk about the threat to national security, they included other persons. But on their point of departure, when they wanted us to exclude certain terms, the opportunity and the potential opportunity, it was only in the reference to the religious groups. I would like to get a clarity that is it only affecting the issues of opportunity and potential threat? Is it only affecting the religious group, or any other person or any other organization will be affected with the inclusion of these three definitions that does not find comfort or augur well with the organization? That would be my first question, Chair. I'll make a follow-up based on the response.
Honorable Luate.
No, thanks, Chair. Just on as a follow-up to this last issue. I think in the presentation, if I had it well, the presenter made reference to an unclear definition of threat itself. And when you read that section T in the draft bill, which talks to that potentially, that's something that might cause potentially damage or harm. Now, my question is whether in their view, does that definition as presented not sufficient enough to explain what threat in the context of the bill is?
Thank you. Any other question? Okay. Can I go to page 4? The slides don't have numbers. Impact on religious sector. What is here is different from what was cited today. There's somewhere where it says some people, it's in the slide is something different. There's an addition, but this keeps on coming up that people who are not a security threat may be caught in the wide dragnet of the bill. Who are not a security threat. Who is supposed to know who or who is not a security threat? It keeps on coming up, and how do you legislate that? Who, if you say you might get some people who are not a security threat, what type of people would be those? Maybe that will be my question. Over to you you want a follow-up?
Yes, there's one question that I nearly forgot to ask. The issue of security clearance. Is it the understanding of the presenter that the bill in its current form make it mandatory for religious institution to undergo the security competency test? Because they are proposing that a religious institution should not be subjected, but rather exempted to mandatory security test. Where does this come from? Is it their understanding of the bill in its current form that it's making it mandatory for religious institution to undergo security competency test, or only those who are perceived to be persons of interest? Because I believe that in the current form, they practice without any form of them being subjected to security competency. So I would like to get a clarity on that aspect.
Okay, let me clarify. I dealt with that one yesterday. Or there was a draft bill somewhere, and I even said that this is the only bill we have. Because as Parliament, a bill must be submitted to Parliament, and I remember we would get questions from the media about a bill, and we couldn't answer to those. And I wouldn't know where the bill was, even if I saw it. We can't maybe talk about it. It was not submitted to Parliament. This is the one that we have. If there was a bill somewhere in social media about churches and so on. We haven't, as Parliament, seen that. We're only dealing with this that we have. And I tried to clarify it yesterday. We can't answer to something that we don't know. That of religious whatever never reached Parliament. So this is what we have.
No, Chair, I'm speaking under the assumption that we're all referring to the same latest bill. Hence, I'm asking whether the
Seemingly we are not.
all right.
There's that one that we don't know and that people saw before. Maybe they're still referring to that.
Yeah.
We need to clarify that the one that reached Parliament is the one that we are dealing with.
Okay.
Which doesn't have vetting of churches, and it would be
so if that's the case, then Chair, that state security vetting of 5,000 objection does not arise and it's taken care of. That's what I was asking, Chair, but you responded on her behalf.
Oh, because I said that yesterday. Can I then hand over to the presenter for answers to the questions? Over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I just want to say that I sent an updated presentation to Mr. Sombeke. So it's slightly different than the one that is before you. I added 2 photos and there were some just editing issues that I sorted out. And I appreciate the explanation given by the State Security Agency. I think I'm looking forward to their presentation next week, because I think when there's greater clarity about what certain clauses mean, etc., and how it all works together, that will help. But it's important to understand and to talk about things that are unclear, to come to an understanding what things mean. Turning to the first question of Honourable Radebe, our mandate is only the faith community. So we are limited in our mandate. Concerns.
Can I correct it? You might be very angry with me. It's Hadebe with
Is it Hadebe? I apologize.
Radebe.
Okay, Hadebe. Sorry. I apologize, Honourable. I apologize.
Okay.
It's Hadebe like honey.
Okay. I've made a typo. I do apologize. So yes, that's why I think that our concerns about being subject to security vetting, being a person of national security interest, falling within the definition of threat to national security, etc., it can apply to broader civil society as well. But our mandate is religious freedom, so that's why, in that sense, we're limited. The reason why we are concerned that the religious sector might be subject to mandatory vetting is that when you look at, you have to read a few definitions and clauses together. So if you look at clause, let me just get to that, it's clause 3A, which amends section 2A of the Act. It says, the relevant members of the national intelligence structures must conduct a vetting engagement in the prescribed manner, etc., etc. If a person falls within a prescribed category of persons or institutions who must have security clearance, and if you look at that, it's if a person or institution is of national security interest. And if you go back to what a person or institution of national security interest is, that's quite a broad definition. Let me just go back to that definition. It includes anyone that conducts himself or herself or itself or engages in activities inconsistent with the principles of Section 198 of the Constitution, which is a very broad section of the Constitution, or any person or institution that engages in activities defined as a threat to national security. So because those definitions are so wide, and when you have a bunch of wide definitions that interplay with each other, it can open loopholes. So that's why our focus is on just tighten the definitions, that they don't lead to absurdities that none of us want there, and that each one of us can agree, no, we don't want it to mean that. But that intention needs to be reflected very clearly in the legislation for it to be a very good and robust, clear piece of legislation. So I hope that answers your question, Honorable Hadebe. And if I can move the question by Honorable Luate, the definition of threat. When we say define threat, it's not definition of threat to national security. There is a definition of threat to national security, and we have recommendations of tightening up that definition of threat to national security. But that word within that definition, threat, what is a threat? We think the bill could possibly be improved by adding a definition. I don't think it's a make or break, but we think it is a possible improvement, just to be very clear, because a bill like this can have quite far-reaching consequences, and we like to have our laws nice and clear and tight. So I hope that answers your question, Honorable Luate. And turning to your questions, Honorable Chairperson Marke, on the impact on the religious sector, and how to legislate who is a threat to religious freedom. It all comes back to the definitions. You are all perhaps familiar with the expression, the devil's in the details. And I think with this bill, the devil's in the definitions. And if we just have tighter definitions, we will have a piece of legislation that protects our national security, enables the national security structures to do what they need to do to protect our national security, but does not subject citizens who are not real threats to national security to security vetting and etc. And by improving definitions, that will help. It's, for example, in the definition of threat to national security, by saying that if a person opposes a government policy or process, but they are engaged in what is lawful criticism, dissent, etc., which is lawful political activity, which is constitutionally protected, just add that caveat in there. For example, that will improve it. And for example, specifying if for example, a person who needs security clearance certificates, why would a religious institution, our concern was, why would, if a religious institution is possible for them to fall within, the ambit of these wide definitions that work together with other definitions, and they don't get a security clearance certificate, what is the consequence of that? And is there any reason why a person who does not have access to critical state infrastructure or classified information, that they would need a clearance certificate? So and there's one definition, I think it's the definition of, is it threat to national security? Just scrolling through my, where I said some of these definitions, they have disjunctive readings, that it makes the definitions very wide. So it's just little things to tighten up definitions. And then we believe that most of these issues will be sorted out, so that does not inadvertently lead to absurd consequences, because we can all sit here and agree about, no, this is what we intend the bill to mean, and this is what we'd like to see, but it needs to crystallize very clearly in the letter of the bill, and our submissions are towards that effect and how the bill could possibly be improved. So recommendations for your consideration. Thank you. I hope that answers your questions, Honourable Chairperson Marke.
Thank you. Were all questions answered? Or Honorable Hadebe with an H?
No, thank you for the response. So from your response, it's clear that you still regard the bill in its current form as making it mandatory for security competency terms. Now, and you are proposing that the religious institutions should be exempted. And if I were to ask, what would happen in an event where indeed some of the religious groups are a threat to a national security, and we have made a legislation that exempt them? How then do we deal with such? I've made an example yesterday about an Eastern Cape church in NCOP where they murdered police officers, and they were sentenced to more than 200 years in jail because of their activity. In an event, we include the exemption, and it is found that there is a real threat to national security, and that threat is located within some religious movement or individuals. How then do we circumvent as such and ensure that we protect the nation when we have explicitly said they are exempted?
I should think that is not in this bill. You have just said it already. Her understanding is still that it's mandatory. It's not in the bill. Nothing says it's mandatory for religious.
Chair, in this presentation, in the recommendation, and in her response, she still insists that the bill in its current form.
But that we explained. There's nothing of that nature in here which says it's mandatory for religious groups or religious individuals to be vetted. That is what she said, and we explained that. I don't think we need to discuss that because it's outside the bill. I'm sorry to have to suppress you. I even hate myself for doing that. But you will survive. Any other questions or clarifications? Okay. Thank you very much. Can I just say we thank you for the presentation and what is supposed to happen? Every other input that was given that is relevant to the bill will be taken into consideration. Can I say you are released or you are free?
Thank you, Chairperson. I appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you very much. 5 minutes, 20. Oh. Thank you. Thank you very much. And my apologies. Seemingly we are an hour late. Can I then hand over to you for the presentation? Are you there?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I am.
Thank you.
All right, I see my presentation is already loaded on the screen. Thank you very much for that. You could just go through it as and when I indicate, or as you feel is necessary. It'll be fine. Thank you, committee. Thank you, Chairperson, for allowing me to present the voice of the public through extensive consultation with the public. It's an honor to see that the public's voice is considered in such serious matters, and that proper democratic public participation does take place. Thank you very much for that. If I may start by introducing what DearSouthAfrica.ca.za is. It's a non-partisan, not-for-profit platform that facilitates public participation in the proper democratic processes. It assists the government at all levels by informing, facilitating, reporting, collating data, producing matrix summaries, and giving feedback to the committee and to the public at large. The platform is free and open for anyone to use, and that includes government, provincial legislature, municipalities, and of course, other NGOs or nonprofits. Next slide. Okay, just some history on what the platform has done over the past 6 years. It's completed over 250 campaigns, all based around public participation and calls for comment on bills, amendments, and so on. It has delivered over 4 million individual submissions to various parliamentary portfolio committees, sometimes overwhelming them. I do apologize for that, but it is the process. It currently has over 1.2 million subscribers who receive communication regularly around new policy and new opportunities to have your say. It operates nationwide across local, provincial, municipal areas as well, and also conducts surveys for the various institutions of government. It's a full digital online and mobile platform, which is incredibly busy. It has over 1 million page views a month. It delivers over 6 million emails a month, notifications and updates, and also emails to government, and has a large social media following of over 250,000 media followers. And the reason I just gave you the background is just to give you an idea that it's not a localized group or a bubble as such. It is a broad representation of South Africa at large. In the General Intelligence Laws Amendment Bill, ran a campaign on DearSouthAfrica.ca and presented a whole lot of information that the public could view, along with the published and related documents as downloadable PDFs. That includes the full bill, memorandum of objects, information from Public Education Office in Parliament, and summaries, videos, and so on, to inform and educate the public as to what the bill is about. Included in that information is media articles, opinions from other organizations, and a live view of the current public comments that have already been submitted, so people can participate and have their say and look at what other people have said. There's also video recordings of provincial hearings which have been made available, and also video recordings of the committee meetings. So there's a definite huge amount of information where the public can be well informed as to the contents of the bill. Next slide, please. It's just a visual representation of the campaign itself on a laptop platform, representing the various different pages, the information page, the comments page, the actual form where you submit your comments, and a live count of how many people have actually had their say. And I must stress that it's not a petition in any way, shape, or form. It is proper public participation where people are invited to have the say in favor of, not in favor of, present their top concern if there is a concern. And if it's whenever they finish their presentation or where they finish their comment, they click send. It sends an individual email through to the committee secretary as required in the call for comment in the legislation. Thank you. Next one. So as I already said, each public entry was individually delivered to the ad hoc committee, and the platform also captured all public submissions which have been used to produce this report. Some people do comment after the closing period. However, only the data that was captured by the closing date is used to produce this report. If the committee wants the raw data, they can access it by sending a message, or it is available on the campaign page, which is there. I think the committee secretary has sent it around to the committee as itself. So what we did first was break it down into geolocation to show that it is a representation, a broad representation from all South Africans. And as you can see, as is common with most of the campaigns, the biggest representation was from Gauteng, followed by the Western Cape, and then KZN. That's due to population densities and access to online services as well. That can be further broken down. If you go to the next slide, that can be further broken down into employment status. So you can see what type of South African is having their say, and it's broken down into employed individuals, retired, unemployed, business owners, non-profits, even students, and then some people don't make it clear as to what they are. As you can see, there's been a great representation from the employed and retired section, raising concerns and also approvals and support for GILAB. Next slide. Okay, so asking 3 questions as we do, it's proper public participation. As I said, it's most definitely not a petition, either for or against. We ask the public, first of all, do they support the General Intelligence Laws Amendment Bill? And as you can see, 189 people said yes, they do. Support it unchanged as it is. 22,736 say emphatically they do not support it in its current form, and others not fully, meaning they partially support it, but some sections might need attention. If we break down that selection by employment status, we get the same results there. People who say no, they do not support it in its current form are mostly employed and retired. If we go further, the next slide. Sorry, you can see the yes, I do quotient of that, and it's the same there again with employment, employed people supporting it mostly. And if you look at the next one, it is not fully, and we get the same results there, which will be broken down later on in the report or in the full report, which has been distributed to the committee. Next slide. So if it's selection by province, the same again there. You can see the most active province is Gauteng, and most people in Gauteng say they do not support the bill in its current form, followed by the Western Cape. If we look further to people who are not fully in support of it, scroll down, then you'll see people who do support it, And again, Gauteng is obviously the most there because of the highest population density there. One down further, and it is not fully by province again. And once again, you can go into more detail on this using the Excel file, a PDF, and the full report that has been supplied along with this presentation. If we go to the next slide. Second question I asked was, what is your top reason? And this is taken from points in public concern, from points in the bill, from chapters in the bill, clauses in the bill, and broken down into an understanding or a simple way for the public to express and understand what they are complaining about, or complimenting in that case. It is required that people justify their selection, whether it's vetting or my right to privacy. They justify it in the comments section by stating exactly why they feel that is their top reason or top concern. My right to privacy is obviously going to be the highest concern for the public and most of the participants, with 51.73% expressing concern about their rights to privacy. Vetting, which has been covered by the previous presenter and raised good comments by Honorable Hadebe. It's vetting in this case is not so much about mandatory vetting for everyone. That is reflected in the comments if you go through them, but more around the loose definitions of potential threats, which could open up anyone which is of interest to possible vetting. So I think, look, I don't think anybody should be exempt. I think everybody should be open to vetting, but it boils down to the problem that we have with the loose definitions of potential threat and person of interest. That's where the concerns come through under the vetting selection there. If we go down further to the next slide. Sorry. Then we can see top reason by employment status. And it's quite interesting as well to see different sectors expressing major concerns there, with business owners being concerned about their right to privacy, as well as self-employed, employed, and retired. The nonprofit sector seems to be more concerned around state security vetting. Again, it could be possibly through to misunderstanding or loose definitions as to around who will be vetted and what the criteria is around there, which many nonprofits have been raised. Many questions have been raised by nonprofits, as the chair pointed out. Next slide, please. However, as I mentioned right at the beginning, high-level data and statistics do not reveal the full picture, and they can be misleading. So what we have to undergo then is a comment-by-comment analysis and also a broad category analysis. So if we move on to the next slide, what we've done here is we've taken all 23,326 public submissions, placed them into a great piece of software that identifies word frequency. And from there, we can pick up public sentiment. So we set the minimum frequency. A word has to appear at least 450 times, which is quite high, but based on that there are that many submissions, it's feasible. So from that, we identified 14,732 unique words, but however, it is quite broad. You'll see words like all, just, any, and so on, which do interfere with it. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see that we've filtered words out, and filtered words out like government, bill, and the list is at the top there. All the common words that aren't really relevant. And what stands out is right and privacy, which seems to be the major concern of all 23,000 participants. Mass is related to mass surveillance, and privacy is obviously a major concern. Other words, people, rights, freedom, and country and citizens are going to pop up there along with constitutional and so on. Go to the next slide. There's a word frequency count there on the words that have been filtered out on the left. So we can see privacy is a major concern. It appears 3,931 times in the public submissions, throughout the public submissions, along with the other important words: people, country, citizens, security, control, against, spy, law, surveillance, constitution, democracy, abuse, corruption, corrupt, and religious. It's very interesting to see this kind of response, because as I said, it gives you a greater insight into the greater concerns of the public, or if the public have misunderstood something, as was mentioned by Honorable Hedebe, then this will be identified here, and then measures can be taken by the committee to rectify that misunderstanding. Go to the next slide. So in response to question 1, which was, do you support the General Intelligence Laws Amendment Bill? We had 189 people that said yes, they do support it in its without being changed. And what's the common theme around them is that sorry, let me just get that there. Sorry, that there's a definite advocacy for stringent vetting measures amongst people who support the bill, particularly regarding individuals and organizations involved in churches, ministries, NGOs, and NPOs. So the 189 people who do support the bill in its current form have concerns with institutions, ministries, and nonprofits operating in a clandestine fashion, or not being open and honest, or having alternative reasons. They also cite crime rates and rising crime rates as security concerns, and also as compelling reasons to support increased surveillance measures. The 189 people also emphasize the importance of ensuring that surveillance activities are not politically motivated and the constitutional rights remain protected. There is a concern also amongst, because of the upcoming elections, that certain parties or individuals within a party might be monitored, and that extends through to members of the ruling party also being monitored by perceived opponents or something else inside the party. Go to the next slide. It's just a few examples of comments from people who in this category, people who said yes and support the bill. If you want me to read those out, I can, but I won't waste your time there. I just suggest you go through them all. I've broken it down into various categories, pulled from a broad base, so you can have a good representation of self-employed, business owner, unemployed, across all the questions of state security vetting, my right to privacy, mass surveillance, and so on. It'd be interesting to note there, I support full surveillance as long as the information obtained will not be used for political reasons. That's from Wimpatsi, who's unemployed. And if we go to the next slide, thank you. This is of the 401 people who said they don't fully agree with the bill as it currently stands, and the general consensus there is they will support it. However, certain issues need to be addressed or clarified, or amended or removed. They appreciate the bill and its attempt to help combat organized crime, but if it's only if it's properly executed. They also raise questions around the broad definitions, which are open for open for abuse. And I think that's a common theme that flows throughout all the 23,000 comments, is the open definitions. They have apprehensions regarding the government's capacity to effectively manage surveillance infrastructure and ensure proper oversight over this. Some suggestions include public oversight or civil society oversight over the processes, and a proper partnership with civil society institutions or individuals. So it's not just the unfettered rights by government. The need for independent oversight, judicial approval for surveillance warrants, and accountability measures to prevent abuse of power. This boils down to previous experiences where individuals have been unfairly monitored, and they have definite abuses of power, especially in our pre-democratic era. Balancing security measures with respect for constitutional rights and democratic values, that goes without saying. We can't overstep the boundaries of the South African Constitution in any way whatsoever. And this bill might or does possibly infringe on those rights and could possibly expose the bill, or the signing in of the bill, to expensive litigation after it might have been signed in. Next slide, please. So just a few comments there from the people in this category again, people who selected that they don't fully support the bill. You can read them in your time as well. I'll just read the first one. There's definitely a need for some sort of surveillance to combat crime, but this bill needs to be carefully considered and worded to ensure that it protects its citizens without allowing freedom of speech, without allowing, I think it's a contradiction of freedom of speech. It's also concerning that it is going to be rushed through Parliament. That also seems to be something that's raised by several non-profit organizations, the media, and participants in this here. As I said, you can have a look at all the comments in this section through the documents that have been provided alongside this. And if we go to the next slide. Okay, this is the big section of, in response to question 1, do you support the General Intelligence Laws Amendment Bill? 22,000 people indicated no, they do not. General comments there were a great concern around a potential infringement of basic rights and freedoms, a threat to the hard-won democratic principles that South Africa has embraced since the end of apartheid, and the erosion of privacy rights. And the bill does appear to lack adequate safeguards against the abuse and fails to establish clear criteria for surveillance. It does seem to be an overreach, or it could possibly lead to an overreach of government power, which is reminiscent of past oppressive regimes. It is the antithesis of democracy, and does erode democratic values, and is a threat to freedom of religion and expression. It has the potential to undermine the democratic fabric of South African society if it is abused. Obviously, if it is abused by officials. And again, there I have to say that the loose and broad definitions do expose it to abuse by anyone who deems they may do so. And we can't always assume that it'll be used for good, for the protection of South Africans. History has taught us that it would be foolish to believe that a once benevolent government can not become hostile. History has shown us that it can happen. All it requires is one individual to compromise democracy and so on. So yes, next slide, please. There again, comments from participants who said they do not support the bill. in its current form. As I said, they're concerned about rights, and you can look through these. The rights that were so passionately fought for are slowly but steady being eroded in the government's quest to silence constructive and well-earned deserved criticism. It is imperative for the good of the nation that this continued attack on the populace's rights, free speech, and more is brought to an end. This bill is yet another attack, and that's from John, who's self-employed and is concerned about the state security of vetting. This also brings into question or threat. It threatens organizations and platforms such as Dear South Africa, .co.za, as they might be considered as a potential threat to democratic processes, in that the public participation process might be questioning government processes and policies, as has been mentioned earlier on. Public participation, petitions, protests are normal part of a democratic society. Yet if government perceives them as to be threatening the democratic process and policies, then we'll see an erosion of our constitutional rights to have a say or protest against something. In fact, there has been an instance where legitimate public participation conducted by civil society was labeled as undermining democracy and compromising the democratic process. And that was simple public participation on, I think it was the Health Amendment Bill. We move to the next slide. There's a comment there as well. I say, as they have far too much power already, and this is just another step in returning to the fascist NP past, where one and all were suppressed continuously by the government and the controlling organization, the police services in their various disguises, and so on. A point of great concern as well. We most certainly do not want to return to pre-1994 apartheid era type mass surveillance of people, or individual surveillance as well. Next slide, please. Okay, interesting comment there. This bill destroys everything democracy stands for. It's an invasion of privacy, equality, freedom of religion, and gives unlimited blanket power to government that may abuse it at any stage or any reason they see fit. And further comment there, does the ANC realize that the GILAB will be used against themselves? President Ramaphosa is rooting out corruption and will most likely use this bill to spy on internal employees, committee members, ministers, and ANC members of parliament. Perhaps that is a good thing. And that is from Norm, self-employed. Next slide, please. As I said, all the comments in their full form are available on the South Africa .co.za platform at that link. And please, they should have also been distributed with this presentation. Feel free to go through them. I encourage you to go through them all. There is an Excel file, a spreadsheet that you can sort and manipulate and order as you feel free to do so. It has a great insight into public knowledge on this matter, and does offer some really good suggestions from several members of the public. In conclusion, there's an overwhelming objection to the General Intelligence Laws Amendment Bill. This could be down to misunderstanding. I do take note of the previous comments brought about by the chairperson and by Honorable Hadebe, as well as the professor. You also talked about mass surveillance, but that needs to be ironed out by the committee, made clear, or explained in a way that the general public can understand correctly, so that there's no confusion at all. Concerns over mismanagement, abuse of powers, transparency and corruption, that's a common thread through most government, through most public participation. Obviously this has to be open, has to be transparent, especially considering there the loose definitions around potential threat and who would be determined to be a person of interest. There are suggestions that GILAB is reworked and withdrawn completely, and we have a look at it, re-look at it, tighten up the loose definitions, and there's a great understanding that we do need state security in some form or manner, but it should not interfere with our democratic rights as a new democracy in South Africa. We have a strong constitution that does cover most of these issues, and could possibly be eroded by the introduction of this bill. There's also, which I've included in the full report, there's a significant negative psychological impact on citizens. We saw that in the previous regime, where citizens were mass surveilled, certain individuals were spied upon, and it does create a society that will withdraw and rebel in a way. So that is something to really consider there. It has a huge psychological impact on citizens who know they've been constantly monitored and will ultimately turn against the state because of it. I encourage you to read that psychological report in the full report. And that's it. And thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me to present the voice of the public to the committee. And over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I'll open up for questions, clarifications. Honorable Loate.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, first maybe let me say I was trying to look for something here that could have influenced the responses to the bill before us. And I see here in these questions, a word spy was used, which in my view gives another connotation to the bill. Now, my question first is, had that word not been used, would we have had the same result as presented here before us? And second, that what was the main purpose for using that word? And my last question then is, then how should we interpret the result in relation to the response? Because there are certain specific items that the bill is speaking to, but the answers are not speaking to what the bill is speaking to. I'll pause there.
Honorable Hadebe.
No, thanks, Chair. We were deliberating on that, and I was saying even yesterday there was a presentation that also included spy bill in brackets, and I was like, what percentage of this amendment are in relation to surveillance or spying that will warrant because classification and terminology, it's important. It automatically gives you a sense of what it is that you should expect, or it's contained in that piece of legislation. And the moment you see the word spy, it's not surprising that you would have privacy getting 3,900, yeah. And the last part that seeks to suggest that we are returning to an oppressive regime. Because, so I would like to also get an understanding that in its current form, was it justifiable based on the number of amendments to insert the word spy in terming and asking for submission from the public. But overall, the presentation gives us the sense, it breaks down the issues highlighted. But I think what creates sense of uncertainty in terms of the accuracy of the information before us. It's that insertion of the word spy. Thank you.
Any other questions? No questions? Can I
Yes,
hand-
Honorable Chair.
Oh, well, Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I like Honorable Hadebi with the H's remark about us, or the narrative that we're returning to be like the former oppressive regime, as highlighted in the TRC reports and consequences. I would like to ask the presenter, if it's possible, to give us some more very quickly support for his view that the legislation, the amendments to the legislation as it stands, opens the door for a governing party, not necessarily the previous one, to use the legislation to return to what happened during the apartheid regime. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hadewe.
No, just to add, Chair, because I was going through the website, even in the website of DSA, that it's the spy bill. It's termed the spy bill. I'd like this in kind of a psychological narrative, which is not the overall intent of the bill. Perhaps they will be able to give us a sense why, having termed it a general intelligence laws amendment bill, when they are asking for public comments, they start with their own insertion of the spy bill, and then the rest, it becomes immaterial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I hand over for answers to the questions by members?
Well, thank you, Chair. Yes, to answer Luwate, I suppose the Luwate and Honourable Hadebe, the same questions. By the way, good to see you again, Honourable Luwate. The word spy has been generally adopted by the media, the general public, and so on, to place confusion in the public when distributing a call for comment by calling it anything else. And it was always called General Intelligence Laws Amendment Bill, or GILAB, along with the word spy bill, just to avoid that confusion amongst the public. There were also media articles on the participation page, which we should have in front of you there, which do refer to it. And I think every single media outlet is referring to it as the spy bill. If we look at the definition of surveillance is all about spying. In fact, a thesaurus alternative word for it is for surveillance is in fact spying. So I don't think there is any confusion. If there's surveillance involved, which is the main focus of this bill, then spying is the appropriate term to use. It all boils down to naming, as Honourable Hadebe does say. the same applies both ways. We've seen a number of bills that have been worded in an obscure way, and often in a misleading way. So it's down to a matter of interpretation and which side of the fence you do stand on. That is further why do supply all the necessary documentation so public can make up their mind. There are summaries and there are opinions from across the board with a clear indication of the memorandum of objects and the objective of the bill on full display on the landing page of the participation page. So all participants can see the full name of the bill and can read the full name of the bill there. It's just to not create that confusion there and to encourage meaningful participation. It should not affect it any way whatsoever. Honorable Hendricks, your return to apartheid. History will teach us, as I mentioned during my presentation, that a government that has too much power, and through instances like this, there's always the potential that their power can be abused. We've seen it happen before, happen in our past, and we certainly don't want to see a return to that. The previous regime did employ exactly the same tactics of mass surveillance along similar bills and similar legislation that was employed to monitor or prevent the overthrow of their authoritarian state. I'm not by any means saying that we are subject to doing that, but given the loose definitions and the pattern that has been just clearly displayed throughout world history, we cannot rule it out. We cannot rule it out at all. There is always that threat there that it might be abused, which is why we have to tighten up the definitions, have good oversight functions, and keep a close eye on this bill. It also raises the questions as to why the bill has been rushed through Parliament. It has gone through extraordinarily quickly for such an important piece of legislation. And also, as correctly pointed out by our two representatives from the security cluster, that was brought in because of the Constitutional Court case from Amabongani on Rika. And as they said, the quote there from was that we can't mass surveil in the absence of legislation. And this is exactly why, as admitted there by the two representatives, is that this is why government is now filling the gap and creating new legislation, which allows them to pretty much behave in the same manner as they did before, which resulted in a Constitutional Court ruling. So already there is a potential threat to return to an authoritarian type regime, which must be considered, because that's the last thing South Africa wants or needs. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Wate.
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe if we were to agree to disagree, that the main objective of the bill, it's not about spying, but it's about institutional reform or restructure. That it's intended to restructure the institution, not to spy. Now, this is why my question in the main was, for a use of a title word like spy, obviously it would influence the way you would look at the bill. Now I'm saying, how should we then interpret the results? That out of an exercise that changes the connotation of the intended exercise. That's where my issue is.
Honorable Hadebe?
No, thanks, Chair. I still maintain my initial position, informed by the concept in the media study about media framing, because it has an ability to shape public perceptions and ultimately impact on your decision-making process. That's why there are headlines, which before you even buy a newspaper, based on the headlines, you would want to know. And then when you read the article, but it is far from this media headlines. And I think, and he has to correct me if I'm wrong, that's what happened here. The framing of the GILAB as a spy bill, and his summary of saying the main objective of the bill is to spy. Hence, I ask, in terms of percentage, the amendments contained, does spying constitute 80% of these amendments? The answer is not. And if I were to specify, it's the section of the constitutional judgment for us to be in line and dealing with the bulk interception. That's not the main purpose of the bill. There are other aspects. So hence, I'm saying the terminology and the framing has influenced the public perception and indirectly impacted on their decision making in this. Am I right if I were to summarize this specific calling for public participation on a spy bill to, okay, if I were to be objective and unintentionally influence them to think otherwise of the bill?
Thank you very much. Maybe from my side, just to educate myself, this looks like a survey, and I was asking myself, how do I then engage with a survey like this, because it has got people's names? That's what people say. Whom do I ask in relation to what they said? Just to be educated, how do I engage the presenter in relation to, or do I simply take it and look at what they said? And because all the questions that were asked are in relation to the processes, meaning that you can only ask about the processes. Surely I can't ask a question about Mapula, who is self-employed. What she said, can I ask the presenter? So usually in terms of such, how do we engage it? Can I hand over to the presenter for the answer?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the process is quite simple. It's not a survey. It is proper public participation conducted in the correct manner. Each public comment done on the platform is immediately delivered to the committee as a written submission and individually done so. The committee secretary can confirm that she would have received over 23,000 individual submissions from each participant as they had their say. The committee can respond to them. I think the committee actually had an auto-responding email that acknowledged receipt and consideration of each public comment, and therein lies an opportunity to engage directly with the participant, whoever they might be. What I've done here is simply provided a summary of those public comments and made it easier for the committee to understand, as there is a lot of repetition within the comments and so on. I've just summarized it and put it in an understandable form. Honorable Hadebe and Honorable Lawate, look, I agree. The media does tend to sensationalize whatever comes their way. I by no means, or Dear South Africa Zero by no means created the terminology. It was already in the public domain, and that's what the general public referred to it as. But it's down to the naming of the bills, and like I said, it does work both ways. Sometimes we get bills from the committee, parliamentary committee, where the naming of the bill is quite misleading in its nature. But there again, that's exactly why we provide educational material to the participants and encourage them to read through it before they make any decisions or any comments. No, like I said, it's the media, and the media do tend to create what's called clickbait headlines to attract attention. That's unfortunately the society we live in right now. Perhaps that highlights a need for more public education coming from the committees and simpler understandings, instead of presenting a highly complex and legal bill which the general public might misinterpret or in some cases get completely wrong. There needs to be some sort of education drive out there. The same theme has come out in the public hearings, in the oral presentations in the provinces. I did notice a strong lean towards the spy bill during those hearings as well. So it seems to be a general approach, which is terminology that has caught on there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I should think, let's thank the presenter for the presentation. And are we releasing the presenter? Am I using the wrong term? What's the right term? Releasing. Oh, okay. Thank you very much for the presentation, and you are released.
Thank you, Chair.
Can we immediately get to presentation by Intel Watch? Is there a private meeting somewhere? Over to you, you're on the platform.
Okay, thank you. Thanks everyone for this opportunity. I really do appreciate it. It's good to see everyone in person. I know we don't have a lot of time left, so I'm going to quickly skip over a few of my slides. Just to let you know, we are Intel Watch. We're a group of researchers, journalists, and activists. We've been in this space as the Media Policy and Democracy Project for, I don't know, more than a decade. And so we've been watching the space for a long time, and we are very glad that we get to present here today. In a nutshell, we are worried that the bill does not do enough to address the high level review panel's findings, the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into State Capture, the 2008 Ministerial Review Commission on Intelligence, the 2006 report of the task team of the review of intelligence-related legislation, and the report of the expert panel into the July 2021 civil unrest. So we're very worried that the bill is not doing enough to implement those changes. And we also really hope that we will look to our own creativity and to making our own truly South African solutions. Because if you look at other legislation, whether you look at the East or the West, there are major shortcomings. The rest of the world have the same problems that we have, and everyone is still trying to figure it out. So I'm hoping that as South Africans will be able to apply our minds and really improve this legislation so that we can be world leaders in this field. I'm just going to skip over the definition quickly. Like everyone else, we have a problem with the definition of national security, opportunity and potential opportunity and threat to national security, and we're worried that it's vague. And we're worried that that will influence the operations of the intelligence services, that they simply will have such a broad mandate that they may stray into the same area where they operated during the state capture years. All of this is based on the worst case scenario that we saw during state capture. It's not, again, it's not necessarily a reflection of who's there now. We don't really know what happened and who was persecuted and who was maybe taken out of the organization after state capture, but we're using state capture and what came out in the Zondo Commission and the HLRP as a worst case scenario to be treated by the bill. So I'm going to skip over these definitions that we'd like changed. And I'm quickly going to talk about, I know you've heard ad infinitum about the vetting of NGOs and FBOs. I just quickly want to talk about where that comes from. There was a first version of the bill that was emailed to me personally by the spokesperson in the presidency, Sipho Mbelo. And it contained specific wording, vetting of NGOs and vetting of churches. That version of the bill does exist. Mr. Chairman, I've sent it to you. I've also sent it to the Secretary Chairperson. Anyone else wants to see it? It does exist. It did happen. And we got it directly from the presidency. And it's on record. It's on an email trail. Then it's also in the public record that Minister in the presidency for the State Security Agency then said, don't worry, we're not going to vet everybody. We will just vet NGOs and FBOs that essentially pose a threat to national security, which brings us back to the very broad definition of national security. And we're especially worried that it's going to be abused because we've seen what happened to Greenpeace in the state capture years. They were spied upon. We've seen what happened to the Right to Know campaign, the Fees Must Fall campaign that was infiltrated. We've probably all seen the Boast report. So it has been a problem, and we really are afraid that this definition of person or institution of national security interest will be interpreted by bad actors within the agency. And it needn't be now. Once it's in the law, it can affect us 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, 30 years down the line. And that is the danger. It's one of the reasons why this is so important for me that we fix it, because our children and their children might in the end suffer from this. It is a very dangerous definition, and it is also something that you're seeing in other countries lacking democratic protections for nonprofits. You see it in Uganda, you see it in Rwanda. So it's not a far-fetched fear. There's international precedent for it. And again, it was explicitly mentioned in the first version of the bill. The minister has talked about it publicly. And of course, there's a whole issue with the FATF grey listing, which I've explained in my submission to you. It's essentially repurposing security vetting as a criminal investigation, an intelligence investigation, but more so a criminal investigation into somebody you think might be a suspect. But then you will be removed from the protections of the court system. Is there a docket? No. Are the police involved? And then added to this, there are the new provisions that the agency can apprehend. That is very dangerous. We saw people being held against their will. It emerged in Zondo. It also emerged when there was a man from Khalid Rashid in 2005. He was allegedly taken from his home by the intelligence services and shipped off to who only knows where. And it was impossible to establish what happened with him because there was no mechanism. So these things are very, very dangerous. And that is where that comes from. That is where the general issue comes from so many organizations, that they are afraid that there will be vetting of NGOs and churches. All of this is recorded and none of this is imaginary. These documents exist and I have it on record. So I won't waste any further time. Suffice to say that we would like that definition removed, or it must be clarified. It's not enough to say that NCOP makes some sort of contribution to what that means, or to the, and in section 198 of the Constitution, that contains principles. There are no specific criteria, which again brings us to vagueness and basically the dangers that come with that, because we've seen what the services can do. I'm going to talk quickly about the oversight, you have to look at it in whole, the IG, the JSCI, the Auditor General, and then of course the external law enforcement, SAPS, VOX, NPA, IPID, etc. So what we are proposing, and again there is precedent for this in international law, is that there must be equal presentation of all political parties on the JSCI. This is not an anti-ANC sentiment. I must stress this. And it's also not a comment on individuals' characters. Okay, this is a systemic issue. If a person is told, choose between what your boss wants and your family, do what is considered immoral, or choose or do what's right for your family, that becomes an impossible choice. And it is not unreasonable of an individual to say, this is what the ruling party wants me to do. I need to toe the line, or it will be negative for me. That is not unreasonable, and I don't think that makes you a bad person. We need to put a system in place that can protect people from that scenario. We want to put a system in place where you are not put in an impossible situation where you have to choose between the welfare of your child and doing the right thing. And also that's not necessary. So we are proposing changes, several changes to the Joint Committee rules, but also to the Intelligence Oversight Act and the manner in which the JSCI is constituted. Then we are also proposing that there's a resurrection of the so-called Evaluation Committee. It is provided for in the Secret Services Accounts Act. Originally, it was meant to consist of people appointed by the president. It was basically meant to be controlled by F.W. de Klerk because there had been a big scandal over the funding of the Inkatha Freedom Party that threatened to derail the transition into a new democracy. And so they came up with this oversight structure. What we are saying is that the JSCI should take that role over. A subcommittee that can, on a continual basis, as was intended for the Evaluation Committee, on a continual basis, look into what the services are doing and see if they are still on the right track. But we need also to have them, while they must consult obviously they must consult the services, they must consult the people who are doing the jobs. We also need to know that they have access to all the documents they need to. They cannot, clearance and classified documents cannot be withheld for people who must oversee the budget. So the JSCI cannot simply rubber stamp the budget, and the evaluation committee must have access to documents so that they can actually also inform the JSCI. And so that the intelligence budget when it comes to the budget allocation is actually in the hands of the JSCI. I think the JSCI gets far too little credit for what they're supposed to do. I think they just aren't taken seriously enough. Then the Inspector General of Intelligence, it's already been said by Professor Dintwe, but and similar, NCOP, we want them to preferably be a separate structure to the SSA. If the minute they move through the cost points at Musanda, we're having trouble. They're having trouble appointing who they need to appoint, etc. We don't need a minister appointing junior staff in NCOP or in the IGI. We need them to have, and we need them to have budget. They absolutely must have budget. That can be ring-fenced. If we can't see them moved out of the services, we can ring-fence that budget. And one can say, okay, that budget must be a minimum percentage of the overall budget. And if you put that in the act, then that is secured. So even in, like I said, even if you can't see a way to move the IG and NCOP away from the services cost points, at least you can ring fence the budget and provide for them to have the final control over it. Then for vetting, I said I'm quickly jumping through this because I'd like to talk about things that we haven't spoken about. There were major issues with vetting. I know their reports even, I mean, this committee can't continue if they aren't properly vetted. That gives the agency power over the committee, or the services power over the committee. The same is true for the Inspector General. Again, Professor Dintwe, we saw that those findings were sort of confirmed and supported by the Zondo Commission, that in fact, the vetting, his clearance was revoked by Mr. Arthur Fraser because he wanted to interfere with the investigation. So what we are proposing is ideally a vetting department that is on equal terms with foreign intelligence, domestic intelligence, the NCC, the OIC, the academy. So its own vetting department, staffed, proper electronic systems to do the vetting, to fast track it, proper criteria so that we do the most intensive vetting with the most urgently, for the people that most urgently require it, so that there's a system. And again, there are models for this in other intelligence communities in other countries. And then for oversight, and again, there are plenty of models for this as well, where you can simply have a vetting appeals division. So if you feel you've been wronged by having your appeal, your vetting clearance withdrawn, you can go there and there can be a process, and someone else can hear you out, not the person who withdrew your clearing, and they can decide, okay, yay or nay. And then as a final option, and because this is an employment issue, I think people should be allowed then to say, okay, I've exhausted my internal options, I can now go to the courts, and then let's settle this. And then, of course, the idea that one person can revoke vetting, or revoke a security clearance summarily, that must be guarded against. If that is an issue, then say we have another situation where the Director General wants to revoke someone's clearance. That Director General must go to the vetting department and say, look, guys, we have a problem with this guy, and there must be a process for how that works. All right, and then quickly, bulk interception. Our stance on this is quite clear. The 2008 Matthews Commission made a string of recommendations, but at the heart of it was that it has to adhere to RICA. In law, there is no way around it. We've got a second legal opinion on this, and again, what they said was, look, you can't get around the Amabungani hearing. This will be vulnerable to challenges in court if you just leave the whole bulk interception NCC section as is, because it ignores essentially the MRB ruling. On paper, it might look like they are establishing it in law, but they aren't regulating the processes, the collection of data, storage, intelligence, post-notification, post-interception notification. All of those processes must still be regulated. So that was the legal opinion that we got on that. I'm almost finished. I am on the last slide, actually. If people interfere in the IGI's investigations, the JSCI's investigations, the evaluation committee's investigations, and let me just quickly backtrack. We would like the JSCI and the evaluation committee to be able to initiate their own investigations. And if they find that criminal conduct, that there was criminal conduct, they should be allowed to say, okay, we ourselves will now take steps to go to the court. One can always, if you have a binding recommendation, I don't think it should be as the current IGI said, look, we have to get concurrence from the services. I think that's very dangerous because it leaves room for intimidation. So the binding recommendations should be enforceable in law, and the same should count for the JSCI and the evaluation committee. So that you have some teeth, so that you have some power. Then it must be a penalty. There must be a penalty like a fine or even a jail sentence if there was a finding that the vetting was weaponized. If there's a finding that in any way anybody interfered with, be it an internal investigation of the SSA, be it an external investigation by IPID or the NPA or by the JCI, the IG, or the evaluation committee, it must be considered criminal. You cannot withhold evidence in a criminal investigation. You'll get in trouble if you're in SAPS. You can't just throw away the docket. It's not that easy. So people, I think, need to take, especially the JCI, that role needs to be emphasized, and the JCI needs to be able to pack a punch. And that's basically it. We have 7 minutes for questions. I hope I can answer them. I will do my best.
Thank you very much. Maybe let me start. Should I start with JSCI and evaluation committee? Equal representation of all political parties. Is equal representation referring to proportional?
Yes, so currently they use the proportional, I mean, in the Oversight Act, it has to be proportionate to your representation in Parliament, right? Yes. So we are suggesting that for the JCI is a special committee, and it unfortunately doesn't have a good track record. So we are hoping that if we can, you see, the thing is with this also, it's very difficult for us to assess what went wrong with the committee because everything happens in secret. So we are trying to look at other practices to see what we can do to make things possibly more successful, to make the committee more powerful. And we don't think, like I said earlier, I don't think it's an ANC problem. I think it's a problem of the minute you have an oversight committee and one political party is in the majority, then you have the possibility that there will be some political interference. And that's the main thing that we're trying to avoid here, because this is what we've seen in the past. We can't say for sure that that is what happened in the JSCI. We can't say for sure. We don't know. But it is not good practice if you're trying to avoid political interference, to have an overwhelming majority of one party. And that goes for any political party. So 50 years down the line from now, maybe there won't be a JCI. I mean, maybe there won't be an ANC, maybe there won't be a DA, maybe you don't know. But to leave it as it is opens the possibility for that. And really what this is looking forward more than it is looking backward. Because as I said, we've got no way of knowing how the votes went within the JCI. We can't make that accusation. But we do know with this model that there is a danger of political interference.
Okay, and I see in your presentation and you say the bill must provide for it to be a criminal offense for any member of the intelligence community by undue classification or through any other means requested by mentioned all of those. But there's way you are saying investigators external to the intelligence community. And in sorry. And in that you are actually you haven't said anything about the, people being having a clearance.
Okay, I'll
In
clarify.
your presentation.
Okay, let me clarify.
And if there's an external, can we do it this way? Just note the questions and I take all the questions so that
Okay,
you answer.
yes.
Honorable Hadebe with an H followed by Honorable Kolabanat.
Thank you, Chair. I also wanted to get clarity on the equal representation of all political parties based on the constitutional provision that seats must be allocated in proportion to the number of votes you get in terms of the constitution. And so the indirect consequences of your proposal is that opposition parties must be more than the party that has received overwhelming support as the outcome of the election. Have you taken that into consideration in making your proposal?
Okay.
And secondly, without referring to any political party, are you saying that the challenges are in relation to the governing party and the equal number of seats will automatically deal with the challenges that are existing currently? So in essence, having an opposition party dominating will limit political interference.
Honorable Kolabana.
Thank you. The situation as it stands is that there is an offer, as I recall, for a number of political parties. They determine how many to participate, and they choose not to. There is a choice made. So you can offer whatever you like. That does not mean that political parties are going to take the offer up. We sit permanently because we have the ability and the size to do that. Other parties have one member or two members. They can't possibly be in a committee, especially they don't want to be locked away and silenced. So that is an issue. So you can make the offer, sure, but it's not a realistic one, I fear. Yeah, thank you.
Any other question or clarification?
Yeah, the access to all classified documentation. Are you of the view that it's not the case currently? Or if you can just.
You want me to answer now or at the end?
No, I'm just saying if you can clarify that so that we, in terms of your understanding of the legislation that governs, I'm sure you had time to peruse through the Oversight Act. And does it appear as if we don't have access to all the classified documentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you for the answers.
Okay, so I'm first going to talk about the withholding information penalties and security clearance. There was, you will recall, an incident where the National Prosecuting Authority and there's Investigative Directorate and the IGI attempted to go to the Musanda complex in order to get the documents that they needed to investigate what was happening in the following some allegations in the Zondo Commission. And if you read my submission, you'll see the details of this, but I will summarize for you what was going on there. There was an agreement between the NPA, the IGI, and Mr. Yiso Yafta, who also signed that agreement. All three of them signed an agreement that the IGI would be the middleman for those documents, and that he would mediate essentially between the SSA and the NPA. Obviously, you cannot give documents to people if they don't have security clearance. They must have security clearance. There's no way around it. So we're not saying that anybody can have access to anything. That's not all what we're saying. What we're saying is we need a system whereby you must be compelled to actually hand over evidence. That agreement, by the way, was never upheld. That agreement was never upheld. And that made a major contribution, I should think, to the state capture allegations within the agency never being properly investigated. Because essentially, the guys at Musanda were able to throw out the NPA. They physically blocked them. That should not be allowed. Definitely. And Lisa Yafta was fired very shortly after that, after they signed that agreement, very shortly after that. So yes, nobody's saying that you must, oh no, we must give documents to everybody. That's not what we're saying. We're saying you need a system in which the people who need the documents must get the documents, and where they don't have to fight for them because someone said they're classified. And I think I can answer your question now. The impression I get from the law is that you don't have access to all classified documents, or that they are withheld from you, and that they even withheld from NCOP. So that is the impression I've gotten from the law and from the news, and that is what our legal advisor told me. So that's where we stand on the issue. I don't know, maybe you secretly do have access. What I'm saying is it needs to be in the law. It needs to be explicit, and that it cannot be withheld from you. Is that clear? Do you have another question?
No, I did not raise a hand, but the question was the law as it currently stands. In your understanding, do you think that provision is not there?
Not the way we understand it, no. Okay, then where are we now? The equal representation. Let me just see here quickly. Our idea is not to give the opposition or any party a majority. That's not what we're talking about. And that's also not what I said. What I said is equal representation so that nobody can sway the vote. And as for parties not being willing to serve, you can solve that problem by making the committee smaller. There's nothing against that. And then as for the Constitution, we must remember that ultimately we are sitting with a unique problem here that the drafters of the Constitution did not foresee. So we need to deal with this. We need to be sure that our agencies cannot be captured by political parties. And if you think about it, the agency was never captured by the ANC. It was captured by a faction within the ANC. So this sort of thing can protect everybody. It can protect basically anyone who is on any political party. And again, this is not a criticism. We don't know how the JCI operated. We have no proof that the vote was skewed along political lines. We just think that it would be good practice if the committee could give this some thought to ensure that a single party cannot direct the committee's actions through a vote. How you do that legally and in terms of the constitution will be up to you. I understand you have your own consultants, but I don't think that it is beyond the capability of this committee to devise these types of solutions. Nothing is written in stone. Nothing is written in stone, and especially not the future of our country. The issues with the secret funds being looted, all that coming up in the Zondo Commission, there is evidence that in the end, because the SSA was allowed to be controlled by certain factions, it greatly contributed to state capture. It really facilitated, and obviously it was a bottomless pit of money. You need money if you're going to capture a state. So for the sake of our country's future, we really must stop that from happening again. So, and I think for that, you must consider all ideas. Have I answered everything?
Honorable Hadebe.
No, thanks, Chair. When I asked about the unintended consequence of having equal seats, I was not implying you saying you are giving power, but I'm saying in a situation where a committee is comprised of 4 political parties, and one of those it's the governing party.
Yes.
Now you give the governing party 4, and then the other 12, it's allocated to opposition party. The unintended consequences of that defeats the real meaning of democracy.
What would be the unintended consequences of
my
that?
understanding of democracy is that the will of the majority ought to prevail.
You can interpret it like that, yes.
So there's the majority rules in simple terms. The system of democracy ensures that the majority rule. There's a system in place and there's a conduct of individual. So we can't change the system because of certain individuals, but we can.
Is that a debate?
It is a debate, and I think that's for you. I think that's for you guys to figure out. All I'm saying is this is a warning that this is a dangerous model. I'm not arguing with you about how the law stands. That's not the argument. All I'm saying is individuals need to be protected from party politics and influence.
Okay, that is a viewpoint. It's taken, and that is the way it is. For you, whether it will need to change the constitution or whatever, but that is the view that is presented. Honorable
But just a remark, we know that there is how the committee is established is with the majority party by the majority. But this committee has always used consensus to reach. If we decide on something, it's on consensus. I've been on this committee for quite a long time. There was only once that we couldn't reach consensus. Only one incident. I'm not going to refer to it, but there was only one. I've been from 2010. So looking on consensus just to enlighten.
Look, as I said, it's good to know.
Yeah.
And again, we can't make comments on how you operated because we don't know. We are just suggesting a model, and it's something to think about.
Any other question? If not, thank you very much for the
Yes, sir,
presentation.
Honorable Chair.
Oh, sorry about that, Honorable Hendricks.
Yes, Chair. Chair, I don't feel you must mislead a Parliament. This committee has never, the ad hoc committee has never made any decisions yet based on consensus. I don't know where the honourable member comes with that. He may have referred to another committee, but he must realize that this is an ad hoc committee established by Parliament for this bill. And this committee has not made any decisions yet. I don't know where he comes with that. For the 5 or 6 years that he's been there, this committee has reached matters on consensus. I don't feel it's right to mislead our presenters.
Chair, I come through the door. It's the JSCI.
Did you raise your hand, Honorable Stebe? I asked a question from the presentation. The question says, asked by me, it says the bill must provide for it to be a criminal offense for any member of the intelligence community to withhold information by undue classification or through any other means requested by the JSCI. That was the question. I think it's answered. And that is the question. And Honorable Stebe was responding to that. It's not saying the other committee, saying the JSCI.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we thank our presenter and thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
I think we can have a 5 minutes break.
We can proceed, Chair.
Can I? Do we have the next presentation? Oh, okay. Do we have our next presentation by the Prof. Jane Duncan? Is she?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Can we, I wonder people say we can proceed and they move out. Okay, can I hand over to you?
Yes, sure, Chairperson. So shall I proceed?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. If you can move on to the first slide. Thank you very much. So what I'd like to start out by pointing out is that the General Intelligence Laws Amendment Bill deals with a huge number of reforms to the country's intelligence laws. And the task before you, and I know that you've got an extremely short period of time in which to undertake this task, is truly immense. And it's also implying many policy positions that need to be taken around intelligence and the conduct of surveillance, which rightfully should have already been aired before we even reach this particular stage. And I'd like to make mention of the process that had been set out in the high-level review panel report, the recommended process for reform of intelligence laws. And just a disclosure, I was a member of the panel. And what the panel's report had suggested was that the reform process start out with the revising of the existing national security strategy. And the reason for starting out with that is so that a national conversation can be held, a national consensus can be arrived at on what the major national security threats the country faces and how to go about responding to those particular threats. And it would have been a consulted strategy with a high degree of public participation. So as a result of that, there would have been a basis on which to build the kind of reforms that we're seeing through this bill at the moment. And the absence of the revised national security strategy means that we are dealing with, important issues impacting on intelligence reform in the absence of that consulted strategy. And then what had been suggested following the strategy was the need for an architectural review, which would determine the most appropriate structure for the intelligence services, because logically structure should follow strategy. And once the architectural review was completed, then one could move on to the legislative reforms that were necessary in order to give effect both to the thinking encapsulated in the strategy and in the architectural review. Now, the architectural review was meant to include a review of issues like, or it should have included a review of the appropriateness of decisions, like, for instance, locating the State Security Agency and the now to be established South African Intelligence Agency and the service in the presidency, as well as the appropriateness of having them report to the minister in the presidency as opposed to a dedicated minister of intelligence. And none of this, in fact, has been aired, and neither is it aired in the bill. It seems there's no sunset clause, for instance, that's even been discussed around these particular arrangements, which has implications for oversight of civilian intelligence. And I think that, these are gaps and silences in relation to the bill and the debate around the bill that need to be addressed. Even if belatedly, but there still is a need for a strategy followed by an architectural review to give some kind of structure and logic and substance to the decisions that are being taken around intelligence laws. Having said that, I do think that the disestablishment of the SSA and the establishment of separate foreign and domestic agencies is appropriate. It should have been pursuant to the architectural review, but it is appropriate and certainly needs to proceed in order to deconcentrate the kind of power that we saw concentrated in a single super director general that was controlling the amalgamated State Security Agency. Now, I'd like to, in relation to the definitions and the mandates of the foreign and domestic services, I'd very much like to echo, sorry, if we can go back to the previous slide. Could we go back to the previous slide? Yes, to that one. To the definitions and mandates of foreign and domestic services. Okay. So I think all these terms and their definitions are overbroad. So domestic intelligence, foreign intelligence, intelligence gathering, national security intelligence, opportunity or potential opportunity and threat to national security are all too broadly defined and are broadened, unduly in similar kinds of ways. And what the HLRP, in fact, had argued for was more focused mandates rather than broader mandates after the architectural review had been conducted. And the bill states that the agency and the service are responsible for collecting and analyzing domestic and foreign intelligence, respectively, relating to threats or opportunities or potential threats to national security in accordance with the Constitution. Now, apart from being repetitive, these definitions, in my view, allow the agency and the service to undertake any activity that could advance South Africa's interests in national security. And as a result of that, the potential for overlap with the mandates of other government departments is huge. And the key issue with the exercise of intelligence capabilities is, particularly for national security purposes, is that they should only be used in the most exceptional circumstances. Because these capabilities are often exercised in secret and infractions of national security are often punished the most severely by the court system. These kinds of powers should only be used in the most exceptional circumstances, which makes the argument for the narrowing of these mandates rather than the broadening out of these mandates. And they should be narrowed in ways to focus on situations when the country is under legitimate threat. So there is a real danger that these definitions are going to be used in order to normalize intelligence collection and analysis in everyday government functions, which really shouldn't be the intention of particularly national security focused intelligence. If we can move on to the next slide. All right. Now, where I understand this overbreadth to be coming from is, I don't think it's necessarily coming from a bad place. It's coming, in my understanding, from the human security definition of national security, which underpins the South African Constitution and also underpins much of the thinking of the UN system after the Cold War. And we could define human security very broadly as freedom from fear and want. And it's different from a state-centric approach towards national security, which focuses on the protection of the state and possibly the ruling party or even a faction of the ruling party from criticism and from dissent. Rather, human security is meant to focus on the totality of factors that threaten national security, and it's meant to focus on protecting society from these threats and not necessarily from the state. So what we need to try and find a way of doing is taking the best of what human security offers, and maintaining the society rather than the state-centric focus towards protecting national security, while at the same time narrowing down these definitions so that we don't have intelligence creep into ordinary everyday functions. And one of the ways in which this potentially could be done is to focus on domestic and foreign threats of organized violence against society. So in other words, the most serious forms of violence against society and other problems that may affect physical survival on a national scale, on a broad scale. And so what this would mean if we adopted this kind of approach is that the definitions should strip out references to national security opportunities or potential opportunities. And potential threats could also be stripped out as well, because after all, threats to national security are potential. They are speculative in nature. And then I would suggest that the entire definition of opportunity or political opportunity is stripped out. Can we move on to the next slide? And apologies, Chairperson and committee, just to explain that I've got flu. So if my voice sounds a bit croaky, that is the reason why. It's worrisome and disappointing that the bill fails to address the lacuna in the independence of the oversight of Inspector General of Intelligence. As was pointed out in the HLRP report and also in the Commission of Inquiry on State Capture, the lack of independence of the Office of the Inspector General was a crucial reason why state capture of the intelligence agencies under the former president was even possible. So it's disappointing that the drafters of the bill don't appear to really have learnt the lessons of the most recent abuses that we've experienced of civilian intelligence and upgraded the independent status of the Inspector General. And there are a number of suggestions that have been made that were elaborated on in the State Capture Inquiry final report that I'd very much like to associate myself with. So, for instance, independence should mean that the Inspector General should have its own infrastructure and budget, and that should be given a legislative status. I listened to the submissions of the Inspector General when the bill was first tabled in front of the ad hoc committee. And I listened to his arguments about the difficulties that they have with the fact that their recommendations are just that. They have the status of recommendations, which, as the JSCI has pointed out in a report, has led to between 98 and 100% of the recommendations being ignored by the relevant intelligence agencies. And I understood the logic behind why he was arguing that recommendations should be made binding once there is agreement with the agency on the implementation of those recommendations. But my feeling is that it hamstrings the Inspector General too much to make his recommendations or her recommendations subject to the say-so of the very agencies that their office is meant to be overseeing. And this can lead to a situation where the agencies prevent recommendations becoming binding precisely by not agreeing to recommendations that they make that they perceive to be somehow adversarial or they do not agree with. So it cannot be said that having an independent Inspector General is consistent with recommendations that are subject to the veto of the agencies that are being overseen. It would be perverse to have a situation like that. So my suggestion is that the Inspector General's recommendation should be made binding, even if there is no agreement that's been reached with the relevant agency. The Inspector General also should determine the most appropriate organizational structure of the office to prevent a situation where the very agency that it's overseeing, the State Security Agency, comes up with an organizational structure that somehow limits the ability of the Inspector General's office to undertake its tasks. That would be less than ideal. So the power to determine the organizational structure must rest with the Inspector General, as should the powers of appointment of staff in the office, rather than those powers resting with the minister. We've also heard testimony from the former Inspector General in front of the Commission of Inquiry in State Capture that his work was often frustrated by the agencies failing to provide classified documents on time. Now, it's an offense for them not to provide classified documents at all. But it seems like there's been a tendency to stymie the work of the Inspector General by delaying the delivery of classified documents. And one of the ways in which this could be dealt with is to look to the way in which the Australian Inspector General of Intelligence and Security operates, which is that they have direct, unmediated access to intelligence information. So there's none of this, please, can we have this document? Can we have that document? If they want documents, all they do is they have access to the servers of the agencies that they oversee, and they go in and they pull those documents out. And then, as we've seen in the past, the Inspector General's work can be stymied and delayed at times for years by the fact that the office of the person of the Inspector General is vacant, and this certainly makes the case for the need for there to be a Deputy Inspector General. So there's none of those kinds of lacunae that we've seen in the past that has resulted in the office stalling for a number of years and being unable to conduct critical work because the Inspector General position is vacant. Can we move on to the next slide? In relation to vetting or security competence test, my view is that even in the latest version of the bill, the security competence test, the entire process is being made to do what it was never meant to be set up to do, which is to vet people of national security interest. If there are people of national security interest who are, considered to be potential threats to national security, then there are already procedures in place for there to be intelligence and criminal investigations undertaken in relation to those individuals. But vetting should really be confined to assessing the security competence of individuals who are seeking office in government and will be working with classified documents, and also people who will be handling critical national infrastructure. That, in my understanding, is the reason why security competence tests are undertaken. And in my view, this capability should be confined to those situations. And in fact, the HLRP report had pointed to a huge vetting backlog, and I don't know to what extent the backlog still exists at the moment. But there was a comment that was made that the SSA appeared to have gone over the top with respect to the vetting of entities that it believed should be vetted. And this had contributed to the vetting backlog. So to vet individuals that don't necessarily need to be vetted will inevitably contribute to the very, very vetting backlog that was meant to be cleared by the stage. So my suggestion is that that clause that deals with the vetting of persons of national security interest should be removed in its entirety. Could we move on to the next slide? Okay, now here, I just want to speak a little bit about issues relating to the activities of the National Communications Centre. And in terms of the bill, the centre will be undertaking two main activities, which is bulk surveillance or bulk interception and protection of critical national infrastructure, or cybersecurity, if you like. Now, just to start out with a terminological distinction, I use the term bulk interception to refer to what the National Communications Centre does. And in doing that, I'm using that term very purposefully to distinguish it from what the State Security Agency says the National Communications Centre does. And here I'm referring to the affidavit that was provided by then Director General Arthur Fraser to the Constitutional Court in the Amamungani matter, where the SSA referred to the NCC undertaking strategic monitoring of transnational signals for foreign signals, intelligence collection and analysis purposes. Now, I've done a policy brief on this issue that I've also submitted as part of my submission, and it includes a description of what bulk interception involves. And even at the first stage of what the National Communications Centre does, which is monitoring transnational signals, even if those signals are being diverted or copied to the National Communications Centre in order to use keyword search terms to monitor for potential threats to national security, that is a diversion of communication signals from its intended recipient, even if it's only copying. And that is by definition, in terms of RICA, interception. And if there is interception of communications involved, that means that privacy is implicated and privacy safeguards need to be built into what the National Communications Centre does. Now, there is an argument that has been made by other signals intelligence agencies, not necessarily the National Communications Centre, that because they use keyword search terms or artificial intelligence to scan transnational signals, there's no human intervention involved. That is an incorrect argument because someone programs the keyword search terms, someone selects them, someone programs the artificial intelligence in order to search for particular terms. So there is a human intervention, even at the earliest stages of analysis, which means that, that privacy is implicated. So just to get those issues out of the way, because I want to make it clear the reasons why I use the term bulk interception to refer to what the National Communications Centre does. Now, the NCC has been hugely controversial in the past, as we know, and these controversies have led to an Inspector General of Intelligence report showing that the NCC had been used to monitor the politicians, journalists, and business people domestically, where it was meant to be a foreign signals intelligence a collection capability. It was meant to be foreign focused only. And then the 2008 Matthews Commission further built on those findings and called for a law enabling bulk interception to occur. Now, the Constitutional Court has actually indicated what it would like to see in a law that authorizes bulk surveillance or bulk interception. In order to conduct surveillance, we need to intercept. So this, in my understanding, is the difference between these two terms. Surveillance is the what and interception is the how. So they wanted to see a law that sets out the nuts and the bolts of the centre's functions. And it also needs to spell out in clear, precise terms the manner, circumstances, or duration of the collection, gathering, evaluation, and analysis of domestic and foreign intelligence. And it would also be looking for detail on how these various types of intelligence must be captured, copied, stored, or distributed. That is the benchmark against which the Constitutional Court will be measuring this particular bill when it becomes law. However, in contrast, the bill...
Prof, may I ask you to paraphrase some of these things? We've got the budget. Is it? Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Because we already have got your presentation.
Yes, okay, fair enough.
I'm sorry about that.
All right, okay, and apologies to have taken so much time. So sorry, if we can just go back to the slides. If we can just go to bulk interception. The next slide. All right, that is the slide. So in other words, what I'm saying is that the bill is too vague when it comes to the level of detail that the Constitutional Court was looking for, and I don't think it's enough to include that detail in regulations, because regulations will be effectively under the control of the minister, whereas these kinds of details I think should be canvassed in open in Parliament through this committee. Can we move on to the next slide? There's also a very important policy issue here, which is around whether the committee wants to recognize the legitimacy of bulk interception as an intelligence practice or not. And I'm flagging this because this is a huge debate internationally. And in fact, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in November last year came out making the argument that government should restrict themselves to targeted surveillance, because the risks of undertaking untargeted bulk surveillance are simply too great. That is a policy decision that you have to take, because the implication of granting these kinds of capabilities to the National Communications Centre is that no one will have a reasonable expectation of privacy in relation to their communications moving forward. The communications of the guilty and the innocent alike could potentially be intercepted. Can we move on to the next slide? If you do decide to move ahead with legislating for the National Communications Centre, there are tests or standards that have been set out that I think are very similar to what the Constitutional Court said that it was looking for, that have been developed by the European Court of Human Rights. And I've set those out on the slides and they are in the submission. So I won't go into those in any kind of detail, but suffice to say that it's these kinds of details that the Constitutional Court will most likely be looking for if the bill comes in front of them in future. And it's this kind of detail that, that is lacking in the bill at the moment and should not be buried in subsidiary regulations. Can we move on? All right. And then it's welcome that a judge will be appointed to undertake bulk interception decisions. But I think it is problematic that the judge will be appointed by the minister only. The Constitutional Court has pointed out, certainly in relation to the RICA judge, that this is problematic from an independence standpoint. And as a result of that, there was a recommendation subsequently written into the latest version of RICA that the judge should be appointed with in consultation with the Chief Justice. And it would be inconsistent, I think, with the Constitutional Court judgment to not have a similar provision in relation to the NCC judge. It's also worrying that the NCC is being established under the domestic branch, the South African Intelligence Agency, and not the South African Intelligence Service, the foreign branch. In fact, it's a bit incredible that this is the case, precisely because the HLRP had pointed out that the appropriate positioning, given its foreign focus of the NCC, should be the foreign branch and not the domestic branch. Perhaps it's because the NCC has a dual focus, but one possibility is, notwithstanding its dual focus, to place it in the foreign branch, or alternatively to establish it as a separate entity that then contracts with the relevant agency and service, depending on what service they need from the NCC. The next slide. Okay, I really don't think it's a good idea for a civilian intelligence agency to have the power of apprehension or arrest. It introduces a conflict of interest because potentially an intelligence agency could talk up intelligence in order to justify the arrest of perhaps politically inconvenient people. You don't want to do that. It's a feature of more authoritarian intelligence dispensations. It's ideal and, in fact, best practice to separate out intelligence collection and analysis from arrest. So what I would argue is that section in the bill should rather be replaced with a clause that requires the relevant intelligence agency to refer cases involving members suspected of contravention of the Act to the relevant law enforcement agencies. And then the next slide. I think I won't go into detail on this, but just suffice to say that the bill is silent on possibly one of the most important concerns, both of the HLRP and the Zondo Commission report, which is that secret services funds are notoriously susceptible to abuse, and the laws that govern the use of secret services funds, that the Security Services Special Account Act and the Secret Services Act, are not actually covered by the General Intelligence Laws Amendment Bill, which means that the potential for these kinds of funds being used for covert operations could potentially continue. I'd like to echo what the previous speaker said, which is that my view is that the JSCI should have full access to classified information and should have the ability to decide on projects and plans of the SSA. And if there's a need for more detailed interrogation of these projects and plans, because obviously the JSCI is limited in terms of capacity, then the evaluation committee that was meant to be established in terms of the Secret Services Act could potentially play that support role to the JSCI. And then also, if there are covert operations that take place that don't involve interception of communications, but that involve or that impact on privacy in fundamental ways and human rights more broadly, then the legislation really should provide for the agencies to seek warrants in order to undertake those kinds of covert operations. And then the next slide. The bill, in my view, doesn't deal adequately with a key issue that was flagged by the HLRP and by the Zondo Commission report, which is around ministers becoming involved in operational matters. And one of the ways potentially of doing that is to remove references in the bill relating to the minister becoming involved in the control and functioning of the agency, servant center or academy, and also including a clause expressly forbidding the minister from becoming involved in operational matters. The next slide. And then I think this has already been flagged, similar to the Inspector General for Intelligence. NCOP deserves its place in the sun. It deserves more of an independent status because of its particular importance to the general intelligence picture. If coordination fails, then significant intelligence failures are more likely to occur. And certainly, as things stand at the moment, NCOP doesn't have the level of intelligence, doesn't have the level of independence that's necessary in order to do this important work justice. So I think let me leave it at that. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm done.
Thank you very much. I like the recommendations, and they are very specific to the issues. Maybe just a comment on the ministers becoming involved in operational matters. In your presentation, in your recommendation, you are saying out of superintendents, tried checking that in the dictionary, and control and functioning of the agency. And this is what the minister is supposed to be doing. I definitely agree. I don't even think, even if it's not deliberation, the word control must just be taken out there. But the superintendents, doesn't it have some sort of control in it? If you could explain that to me. Any other question from members? I think the presentation is very clear. Then let's. Did I see your hand up? Okay. Your question very fast.
Thanks, Chair. I think the current setup where we have the minister in the presidency, no longer the Minister of Intelligence, I think it's what she was proposing as it in relation to section 209, section 209 of the Constitution, in terms of the president appointing someone. So I wanted to confirm whether or not the current setup, it's what it's proposed in her presentation as it stands. Two, the issue, Prof also proposes that recommendation should be binding in her presentation. And we just earlier on alluded to the fact that we might consider to change the terminology to achieve the desired outcome of saying either remedial action or corrective measures, but not recommendations. You could have both, where recommendations are just an advice, and when push comes to a shove, you can have corrective measures. But I'm still of the view that recommendation in its nature and by definition cannot be binding.
Over to you, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Hendricks.
Yeah, Chair, I just wanted to know from the presenter, isn't she too harsh by suggesting that this bill has been drawn up to satisfy a faction of the governing parties? Thank you.
Over to you, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. So, Honourable Chairperson, the word superintendents, I'm not married to using the word superintendents. If it could potentially have control elements read into it, then perhaps yes, it may be an idea to strike out the word superintendents, because my understanding of the ministerial role is that of executive oversight. And perhaps that would be more appropriate terminology to use. Honourable Khadebe, yes, obviously the status quo at the moment is the minister in the presidency, but that too is for me something that needs to be reviewed. That's actually why I referred to a sunset clause being included in that particular arrangement. You know, in the HLRP report, you'll see that the issue of whether to have a dedicated Minister of Intelligence or not was left open. And in fact, the argument that we made was that it should be subject to an architectural review. And, you know, some of the thinking behind that was that if a minister is going to play a more effective oversight role, and everything that's happened in the past decade makes the argument for strengthening oversight. And here we have a situation where we've moved the State Security Agency into the presidency that is now being overseen by the minister in the presidency, who has a whole host of other responsibilities to undertake. I can't even begin to imagine how even the best minister in the presidency could play that kind of dedicated oversight focus that is needed for the soon-to-be intelligence agency and service. And this is why we need to proceed that decision with an architectural review. My personal view is that I think that there is an argument to be made, particularly at this moment in time, for a dedicated Minister of Intelligence, precisely because you want to strengthen oversight, and executive oversight is part of that. I think Honourable Khadebe just made a comment in relation to striking out the word recommendation in making the findings of the Inspector General binding. It certainly makes a lot of sense to do that, to remove ambiguity. Honourable Hendricks, I don't recall saying that the bill has been drafted in order to satisfy a section of the ruling party, and I would probably be the last person to make that argument. You know, having served on the HLRP, having followed very closely the outcomes of the Zondo Commission, this bill came about as a result of the reform recommendations that were made. The fact that the SSA has been disestablished and separate foreign and domestic agencies are being established is the most positive aspect of this particular bill and needs to proceed because it deconcentrates power that we've seen abused in the not too recent past. So the fact that this bill is happening is a good thing. The fact that it's happening in the way that it is, and without a national security strategy or an architectural review having been in place, and there was plenty of time to undertake these tasks before getting to the stage of this bill, I think is a pity. Those activities still need to be undertaken, but the very fact that we are reforming and attending to the criticisms that have been raised, you know, in the past couple of years, perhaps not necessarily perfectly at the moment, but the fact that we are attending to those criticisms, I think is welcome and is absolutely not an attempt to satisfy any section of any a political party. It's an attempt to satisfy the country.
Thank you very much. A dedicated minister of intelligence. Your suggestion, because in the Constitution, it's given as a prerogative of the president. Can it be legislated, or are you saying we must start canvassing the president himself? Or can we put it in this legislation? And I don't think it's possible. Over to you, Honorable David.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm clarified because I thought on the first slide, the second bulletin, which says, I thought it was opposed to having a dedicated Minister of Intelligence. So yes, because constitutionally it's clear, it's either the president will be responsible or he or she appoints an executive authority to be responsible for intelligence. So it's a constitutional matter, it's non-negotiable, it has to be implemented. While Honorable Member have his phone on silent mode. So I read this to mean we must look into the architectural review of having the functions of intelligence reporting to the minister in the president, as opposed to a dedicated Minister of Intelligence. Hence, I was referring Prof, to section 209, subsection 2 of the Constitution. Thank you.
So you are correcting the misreading that you did.
No, it's contained. It's
okay.
It's
Prof, I don't seem to see any other hands. Can we then thank you? And because we are still rushing, and release you. You are released.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
I always feel the release is not the right term. Can I be educated? What is the right term? No, adjourning might be for all of us. Yeah, no, we are already 30 minutes late. Thank you, Prof.